However, when Xiaohua saw the appearance of this huge monster, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and he almost laughed out loud. Although this sea demon was very tall and big, there was a huge mouth on its house-like head. This mouth took up more than 60% of the head. The two nostrils on the mouth were facing upwards, and a slightly transparent bubble was expanding and contracting above one of the nostrils. Behind the nostrils was a small face, and on the face were two eyes that looked like mung beans. Of course, these eyes might not be small, but compared to the big mouth, weren't they just mung beans? The funniest thing was that there were two extremely small ears on both sides of the sea demon's head. These ears actually moved up and down with the sea demon's movements, as if they were happy butterflies dancing in the air. The sea demon walked out of the Feather Spirit Palace, but it didn't speak. Instead, it took a few deep breaths, and the bubble in its nostrils became a few times bigger. Then it looked at Xiaohua with its small eyes and asked arrogantly, "You are Ao Zhantian's guard?" "And I am." Xiaohua nodded. His expression was very calm. "You are late. Your master has already gone out to sea 4 months and 3 days ago." The sea demon blinked its eyes and returned Ao Zhantian's token to Xiaohua. It looked at Xiaohua and said, "I don't know how you are a guard, but you are actually so late. However, since you can't go with him, you can just stay in the Feather Spirit Bay. In any case, you can save your life. It's better than throwing away your life." This general. Xiaohua saw that although the sea demon looked ferocious and its voice was very loud, its tone was very calm. Fu Jiwen couldn't see Xiaohua's expression, and hurriedly asked, "Master, how is it?" "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Master has failed to keep the appointment." "All right." Fu Jiwen knew that Xiaohua didn't want you to hear anything, so he nodded and said, "In that case, disciple will accompany master back to Su province."
Okay.
Xiaohua thought for a moment, and knew that Fu Jiwen missed his mother, and replied, "There is nothing else, let's go back. Master will also be looking for that place along the way." When the fish monster heard that Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen were about to leave, he hurriedly said with a smile, "Seniors, it's already late, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Even if you want to leave, you should wait until tomorrow."
Oh.
"Why? Does Feather Spirit Bay not allow cultivators to freely enter and leave at night?" Fu Jiwen asked curiously. The fish monster hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, of course Feather Spirit Bay doesn't prohibit cultivators from entering and leaving at night, but once you leave Feather Spirit Bay, there is always more danger at night, and it's not as safe as during the day. Furthermore, you two seniors have just arrived at Feather Spirit Bay, and you haven't seen the benefits of Feather Spirit Bay, so why are you in such a hurry to leave? If someone asks about it one day, won't you not know? Wouldn't you have wasted your trip to Feather Spirit Bay?
Haha.
Xiaohua laughed. The so-called danger at night and safety during the day may be true for ordinary people, but for cultivators, how could they distinguish between night and day? However, what this fish demon said was also somewhat reasonable. Since they had come from afar, leaving without taking a look would really be a waste of time. Although Xiaohua knew that this fish demon wanted to earn some extra primordial stones, he still asked, "Since that's the case, why don't you tell me about the benefits of Yuling Bay? Maybe this old man will stay." Chapter 39:15. Hearing this, the fish demon was overjoyed. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "Please come this way, this little one will accompany the seniors as we talk."
Okay.
Fu Jiwen smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and said, "Master, please." Soon after, 2 people and 1 demon left the Feather Spirit Palace and walked towards the depths of various buildings. Although these buildings didn't have a complete plan and were different from ordinary big cities, streets were formed between the buildings. At this time, there were already a lot of demons and humans on the streets. Most of these demons were from the Sea Clan. They either flew on the ground with their tail fins or jumped on the ground with their legs surging with demon chi. On the contrary, there were fewer humans like Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked around. The further away from the Feather Spirit Palace, the more demons there were. Moreover, on the streets, there were some strange carriages from time to time. These carriages weren't pulled by ordinary horses. They were pulled by some sea creatures, crabs, sea creatures, and occasionally, a few mermaids could be seen. As for those carriages, they were even more strange. Some looked like fish, some looked like reefs. In short, none of them looked ordinary. What was special was that these carriages didn't have wheels. There were several conches under the carriages. Water vapor spurted out from the conches and lifted the carriages up. That fish demon said while walking, "I'll let the two seniors know. The benefits of the Feather Spirit Bay are really not easy to talk about. After all, the life here is completely different from the inland of the hidden immortal continent. The Feather Spirit Bay is something that the inland of the hidden immortal continent doesn't have. For example, the sea boat docked in the bay is a huge boat that can withstand the sea explosion. It's far from the riverboats that the seniors saw in the inland. The iron palm wood used to build the sea boat is produced in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Outside the sea boat, there are formations engraved by Tao sect cultivators. Inside the sea boat, there are mechanisms made by Mahis disciples. These mechanisms can defend and also control the sea boat. Oh, senior, don't look down on this sea boat. Although the flying boats used by the human race in the hidden immortal continent can fly around in the air, if these flying boats fall into the sea, in a few days, they will definitely be smashed into pieces by the sea. In addition, there are many rare treasures from the North Sea in the Yuling Bay. Seniors, you can't see these rare treasures in the inland of the hidden immortal continent," the fish monster said after racking his brains for a moment. Then, he finally revealed his intention. "If you want them, I can take you to buy them at a cheaper price." Hee hee. Fu Jiwen stared at the fish demon and made a sound. However, there was a faint smile on his face. An awkward look appeared on the fish demon's face, and he hurriedly added, "Of course, all of you seem to be very powerful, so perhaps you've encountered some bottlenecks in your cultivation. There are also female cultivation furnaces in Feather Spirit Bay for human cultivators. If you need them, I can take you there." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Where can we buy the iron palm wood you mentioned earlier?" The fish demon was overjoyed, and he hurriedly pointed to the distance and said, "There. That's the Yazi auction house controlled by the North Sea Dragon Palace. If the two seniors are willing, this humble one can bring the two seniors over." But after the fish demon finished speaking, he hesitated and said, "However, as far as I know, the iron palm wood in the Yazi auction house is a bit flashy, and the sea crystals required are not cheap. If you want, I can take you to the Luo Yi Merchant Union." Of course, Zhu Qing had also said that if Xiao Hua went to the hidden immortal continent to ask any cultivator above the 3rd or 4th level of elemental power, no matter if it was a Taoist cultivator, a Confucian cultivator, a Buddhist disciple, or even a demon in the Thousand Devil sacred realm, would know about this Star Moon Palace. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's own space was a treasure trove, and he didn't need any Star Moon fate, so he had never asked. Until now, when he heard the name Zhai Xinglu and Star Moon Merchant Union in the distant North Sea, he realized that maybe Zhu Qing wasn't bragging. "Master," Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "although your Confucian cultivation is extensive, you are still a Taoist cultivator in your bones. Although you have read many books, scrolls and teachings of Confucian cultivators, you still have a vague understanding of the structure of Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators have always been particular about everything, and only reading is of the highest quality. Scholars who read are the most respected among the people. As the saying goes, the granary knows etiquette, and food is the most important thing for the people. This farmer is ranked behind scholar." Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish speaking, Xiao Hua suddenly understood and nodded. "If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. If there is no worker, then there is no farmer, and it can't guarantee the benefits of scholar. Therefore, worker is ranked behind the two. As for merchant, it's not important, and it doesn't matter if there is something or not. This is what scholar, farmer, merchant is." "Master, you know everything. That's exactly right," Fu Jiwen said with a smile. "When I was at home, I often heard my father talk about the stench of copper coins and disdain to associate with merchants. Therefore, although this Star Moon Merchant Union is rich and imposing, it doesn't fall into the eyes of Confucian cultivator aristocratic families, and it's not often mentioned among the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Fu Jiwen was right. His Confucian cultivation was even stronger than Taoist cultivation, but he always thought that he was a Taoist cultivator, and his thoughts were incompatible with Confucian cultivators. Of course, he wouldn't think of this. At the same time, he also understood why Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua insisted on calling him fellow immortal instead of fellow Taoist. That fish demon didn't know what the two were talking about. After waiting for the two to stop for a moment, he probed, These few families all have mansions in Yuling Bay. Which one do you want to go to? Mansions? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Is it where they trade things? Yes. The fish demon hurriedly nodded and pointed to the buildings and tents at the side. He explained, these are relatively small shops, and some are temporarily rented. The things inside may be real or fake. Yazi Auction House, Lilai Trading Company, and Star Picking House all have their own mansions. Xiao Hua nodded and thought for a moment before asking. They must be extraordinary to be able to establish themselves in Yuling Bay. If we talk about bidding, what are their characteristics? Yazi Auction House is controlled by the North Sea Dragon Palace. There are many treasures inside, and most of the rare things are produced in the North Sea. There aren't many things on the land. However, the North Sea is far beyond the hidden immortal continent, and Yazi Auction House has the most things. The fish demon was very patient and explained with familiarity. The Lilai Trading Company is controlled by Sea Spirit Scholar. Most of the things inside are from the hidden immortal continent. There are books of Confucian cultivators, imperial equipment, primordial arrays, and so on. The fish demon hurriedly raised his hand, and a very strange symbol flashed on the arm formed by demonic qi. Then, in a tent not far away, a ball of dark green demonic qi was blown out. Then, a jellyfish-like demonic qi appeared in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Behind it was a carriage that looked like a basket woven from seaweed. Chapter 39:16. Seniors, please. The fish monster respectfully raised his hand and said, "This is the sea carriage specially used by the Yazi Auction House. All the humans and monsters heading to the auction house can ride it for free." Hee, this North Sea Dragon Palace is really good at doing business. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Just this sea carriage method alone is not something that the Lianhe Merchant Union can imitate. No wonder others can't compete with the Yazi Auction House. Yes. The fish monster smiles and asks Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen to get on the car. He carefully sits in the front. The few tentacles of the jellyfish driving the car are waving vigorously. It seems that the jellyfish hates the fish monster very much. However, after the fish monster mutters a few very strange words, the jellyfish still obediently moves its tentacles and drives the car along the so-called street between the buildings at a fast speed. The sea carriage walked for no less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Seeing that the humans and monsters on the street were woven together, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. They had arrived at the side of the mountain ridge. Xiao Hua's eyes couldn't help but light up. He saw that this side of the mountain ridge was more than 10 li in size. The mountain ridge was embedded with pearls. Each pearl was the size of a fist. The brilliance of these pearls illuminated the nearby streets and the night sky. Moreover, these pearls were of different colors. The pearls of 5 different colors formed the 5 big words, Yazi Auction House, on the mountain ridge. These 5 big words were written in demon characters. However, as the color of the pearls changed, the 5 big words were also constantly changing between the inscriptions and dragon characters. Moreover, the countless pearls in the surroundings seemed to be surrounded by a layer of dazzling clouds that surrounded these 5 big words. Holy shit, it's really a big deal. Xiao Hua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He resisted the urge to release his divine sense to pry some pearls down from the mountain ridge and muttered in a low voice. The fish demon at the front struggled to shift its greedy gaze away from the pearls. When the carriage stopped, it jumped off and respectfully said, "We have arrived at the Yazi Auction Hall. Seniors, please get off the carriage." Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen disembarked from the sea cart. Not far from them, a crab-like member of the oceanic race raised his hand, and the sea cart passed by. The member of the oceanic race placed a few pieces of blue crystal in the jellyfish's mouth, then jumped onto the sea cart. The jellyfish then pulled the crab away. Xiao Hua looked at it, his heart moved. He turned his head and asked, "Hey, how many high-quality sea crystals can a high-grade primeval stone of my hidden immortal continent be exchanged for?" "Thank you, senior." The fish monster didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly ask such a question. It panicked a little and said in a low voice, "If it's a water-type yuan stone, it can be exchanged for half a sea crystal. If it's other yuan stones, it can only be exchanged for 3 sea crystals." Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to ask again, the fish monster smiled and said, "May I know if Senior needs this little one to accompany you to the Yazi Auction House? If there is a need, I would like to ask Senior to give me some primeval stones, and I will go and purchase a certificate to enter the auction. Oh, this little one doesn't need to buy it. I only need to buy it for the 2 seniors. The entrance to the auction house is in front, right? Xiaohua looked at the place where the flow of people was and asked. Yes, it is in front. The fish monster hurriedly replied. There was still some expectation in its eyes. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, took out some primeval stones and said, I will have to trouble you to buy 2 certificates to enter the auction house. Yes, senior. The fish monster took the primeval stones and hurriedly left. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the bottom of the mountain ridge that was inlaid with pearls. The bottom of the mountain ridge had already been hollowed out. There was a storefront. Outside the storefront, there were some stalls. On top of the stalls, there was a dazzling lineup of exotic treasures from overseas. There were pearls, corals, rusty antiques, or strangely shaped seaweed, and so on. At this moment, in front of every stall, there were some sea race people with dull faces, trying their best to pile up a very fake smile to deal with some cultivators and Yao race. All kinds of noisy words drifted along with the wind. The world is bustling for profit. The world is bustling for profit. Xiaohua looked at this messy area and didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, a kind of familiar feeling arose. He said with a smile, the ancients really didn't deceive me. No matter if it's a human or a Yao, as long as they fall into the eyes of money, they are all the same. Yes. Fu Jiwen also sighed with emotion. Why didn't my Confucian ancestor demote this Shang to below the 4th rank? Because of this stink of money, humans are also Yao, and Yao are also humans. Boom. Although it was unintentional, the listener was interested. Fu Jiwen only casually said a sentence, but it was like a sudden clap of thunder that woke Xiaohua up. Xiaohua's heart was like a raging sea as he pondered. Yes, the reason humans are humans is because they have human nature. The reason demons are demons is because they have a demon form. But there is cruelty in human nature, and there is also benevolence in the hearts of demons. Perhaps humans and demons can be distinguished by appearance, but what about the roots? What should be used to distinguish them? Bloodline? Inheritance? Or, just like the pride of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, they are the masters of the world? Humans like us are nothing but food for them. Then what about us humans? In the eyes of humans, aren't demons also inferior? Vulgar? Then at the beginning of ancient times, what were humans and demons like? It had to be said that as Xiaohua's cultivation gradually deepened, the hand of karma, the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and so on allowed Xiaohua to gradually step into a mysterious cultivation realm, gradually allowing him to break away from the righteous path of ordinary cultivators. At the same time, it also allowed him to unconsciously start to have a completely new understanding of the entire world. Master, look over there. Fu Jiwen didn't realize the consequences of his words. He looked straight at a shop and said in a low voice, it seems to be the relics of some Buddhist sons of paradise. Relics? Fu Jiwen's words once again interrupted Xiaohua's train of thought. With a wry smile, Xiaohua withdrew his train of thought. He squinted his eyes and saw a bald sea demon in a shop about 1,000 feet away from him. He was talking to a few demon beasts. On the shop in front of the sea demon were some sariras of different sizes with faint Buddhist light. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He looked around and didn't see any Buddhist sons of Buddhists. He released his Buddhist sense and looked around. The doubt in his eyes grew stronger. Master, what's wrong? Fu Jiwen saw the doubt in Xiaohua's eyes and asked curiously, are these Buddhist sons' relics fake? They are indeed fake. Xiaohua was a little surprised and shook his head slightly. But I keep feeling that something is wrong. Hee. Fu Jiwen transmitted his voice. Master's Buddhist cultivation seems to be very powerful. Let's go over and take a look? And Xiaohua nodded. At this moment, the fish demon turned around and handed 2 thumb-sized fish rings to Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen. He said with a smile, this is the proof of 2 seniors. However, because my status in Yuling Bay is low and it's the first time 2 seniors have come to Yazi Auction House, you can only wait for the outer sea fish rings. Fu Jiwen took over the fish ring and saw that the fish ring was sparkling and translucent. There were a few demon characters that were flashing with brilliance and could be seen clearly. Fu Jiwen asked curiously, this outer fish ring. Is there anything wrong with it? I'll let you know. The fish demon explained. Yazi Auction House is the same as the Lilai Trading Company and Zhai Xinglu. They divide the bidders into 8 levels according to their identity and wealth. The proof of each level is different. They can be dragons, phoenixes, whales, and other foreign objects are all fish. However, according to what I know, the proof of the 8 levels is not much. They only take up 20% of the total. The foreign objects take up 80% of the total. Xueqi Lu and the Li Lai Trading Company have restrictions on the qualifications of the 8-level bidders. They are afraid that some bidders do not have enough sea crystals after bidding for extremely expensive items. The North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of this. The Yazi auction house does not have any restrictions. It's just that the seats of the foreign objects are different from the 8 levels. I remember that Xueqi Lu can give a higher level after verifying the buyer's primordial stones. Can't Yazi auction house be rare? Xueqi asked with interest. The fish demon shook his head. The North Sea Dragon Palace does not look at the buyer's sea crystals. Even if you take out a mountain of sea crystals, if the North Sea Dragon Palace feels that you do not have a reputation, they will not give you such proof. Hee. The North Sea Dragon Palace is indeed tyrannical. Xueqi took the proof and looked at the remaining primordial stones in the fish demon's hand. He waved his hand and said, "You can keep the rest of the primordial stones for yourself. Thank you for your guidance. I will return to the mainland after bidding. You do not need to follow me." The fish demon hesitated. He was indeed overjoyed, but he was also a bit reluctant. After all, there were not many humans who could take out a few high-grade primordial stones as a reward. Xueqi's cultivation was unfathomable, but his attitude was especially amiable. This made the fish demon feel especially close to him. Therefore, the fish demon smiled and said, "I thank Senior for your generous gift. Although Senior does not need me to serve you inside, I will wait here. If Senior has any other requests in the auction, please do not hesitate to find me." Okay. Xueqi smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else. He turned and led Fu Jiwen to the shop not far away. Seeing that Xueqi and Fu Jiwen did not enter the Yazi auction house, the fish demon raised his leg as if he wanted to follow them. However, thinking of Xueqi's previous words, he could only wait. Xueqi walked to the front of the shop. A few of the demonic beasts who were whispering to the bald man looked at Xueqi with some astonishment. Although they were still talking, they didn't pay attention to Xueqi. Xueqi raised his hand and picked up a thumb-sized relic, carefully examining it. He saw that the relic's luster was dim, but the psychokinesis inside was still there. However, just from this appearance, the relic was not pure. Xueqi raised the relic to his nose and sniffed it. A faint smell of the sea floated out from the relic. Xueqi suddenly understood that these relics did not belong to ordinary humans, but to the North Sea's sea race who believed in Buddha. Alas! Xueqi sighed. Just now, he was still thinking about the difference between humans and beasts. Now he saw a living example. Although the sea race were also beasts, they could also believe in Buddha like humans. Therefore, a relic was born in the place where a beast core was condensed. However, Xueqi did not understand. Could these relics make the sea race who believed in Buddha also produce karma? Could they also cultivate the 9 transformations golden body? Chapter 39:17. Cough cough. Seeing Xueqi pick up the Saraira, the waiter had no choice but to stop talking to the several monsters. He coughed twice and asked impatiently, "Don't look at it casually if you can't take out the sea crystals. These sea Saraira are very expensive. It's not something that ordinary people can buy." Xueqi glanced at the waiter, then looked at the several monsters who were talking to him. These monsters looked similar to skunks. Their small eyes were especially cunning and ferocious. The sharp teeth in their sharp mouths were slightly rubbing against each other, as if they would pounce at the slightest mistake. Xueqi smiled coldly, raised the Saraira in his hand and asked, "Why is this called a sea Saraira? Is it because it came from the body of the sea race?" "Of course," the waiter said impatiently, "if it came from the human race, it would be a Saraira. If you don't understand, don't touch it blindly, quickly put it down." Che! Fu Jiwen was a little angry and scolded. "You opened this shop here, do you want to do business? If you want to do business, then be a little more amiable. With such malicious words, who would leave sea crystals in your shop?" Hee, the waiter smiled coldly. "I have never seen a human race interested in sea Saraira. Oh, of course, if you want it. 1 sea Sarira for 1 high-grade primeval stone. As long as you take it out, these sea Sarira are all yours. What about 1 top-grade primeval stone? Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua had a lot of primeval stones in his Chengkuan bag. Since Xiao Hua came, he was naturally interested in these sea Sarira, so he asked again. 1 top-grade primeval stone is naturally 100 sea Sarira. The waiter replied without hesitation. Okay, how many sea Sarira do you have here? Xiao Hua smiled and asked. The shop assistant frowned and looked at Xiao Hua. He scanned Xiao Hua's body with his Yuan Shen, but he couldn't sense Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He thought for a moment and said, there are about 2,000 of them here. Give me 20 top-grade Yuan stones and you can take them all. So it's like this. Xiao Hua nodded his head and took out 20 top-grade primeval stones. The primeval stones floated in the air, causing the sea monster's eyes to light up. However, just as the sea monster was about to reach out his hand to grab the primeval stones, Xiao Hua suddenly waved his hand and all the primeval stones disappeared. You! What are you doing? The sea demon panicked. Didn't we agree on this? Who agreed with you? Xiao Hua sneered. How could a mere sea Sarira be worth a high-grade origin stone? This old man was just asking for the price. I never said I was going to take it away. You! How dare you make fun of me? That member of the sea tribe flew into a rage. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, oh? There was actually someone from the sea race who dared to make a move in front of the auction? I really don't know what you've done to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Stop. At this moment, a voice came from inside the shop. Another member of the sea tribe wearing worn-out armor came out. He glared at the shop assistant and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, Sir, please calm down. This little shop assistant here thinks he's smart. If Sir is interested in these sea Sarira, would you like to enter the shop for a chat? Seeing the owner of the store come out, Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, seemed to wake up from a dream. His face was a little hot. He did not expect that a member of the sea race would have such a cunning mind. He had actually used a strategy of provocation. He had underestimated the demon race and had almost fallen into their trap. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change. He saw that there were already some sea tribe members coming over to watch the show. He floated into the shop. After Fu Jiwen also entered, the member of the sea tribe wearing worn-out armor glared at the shop assistant and followed him in. The interior of the shop wasn't big. There were also some pearls on the 4 walls, illuminating the whole shop. Under the brilliance of the pearls, there were some sea Sarira of even better quality displayed all around the shop. Other than these sea Sarira, the shop also had some Buddhist tools. However, these Buddhist tools were different from the 18 objects of Buddha. Some were knives and forks, some were corals, and some were in strange shapes. Xiao Hua looked around and then looked at the owner of the shop. This member of the sea tribe was tall and sturdy, like a shrimp general. However, he didn't have any hair on his head. The shell on his body had some cloud-like patterns. Although the armor of this member of the sea tribe was worn out, the worn-out parts still flickered with a dark gold color. Obviously, the quality of the armor wasn't bad. Does Sir need some sea Sarira as a sacrifice? The member of the sea tribe asked softly when he saw Xiao Hua sizing him up. He didn't feel any uneasiness. His fist-like eyes stared at Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua heard this, he asked curiously, could it be that those who come here to buy sea Sarira are all used as sacrifices? No. The member of the sea tribe shook his head. The majority of those who come here to buy sea Sarira are from the sea tribe. They use these sea Sarira to heal. The art of alchemy of you human cultivators isn't something that the sea tribe can compare with. Presumably, you wouldn't use such low-quality sea Sarira to heal. Other than offering sacrifices, I can't think of any other reason. Xiao Hua raised the sea Sarira in his hand and asked again, how did you get this sea Sarira? The 2 protruding eyes of the member of the sea tribe trembled slightly. He seemed to frown and said coldly, Sir, you're being nosy. My shop assistant offended you earlier. The sea Sarira outside is 5 high-grade vitality stones. If Sir needs them, you can buy them with vitality stones. If you don't like them, you can leave. How you got this sea Sarira has nothing to do with Sir. Xiao Hua also snorted coldly. The whole shop suddenly turned cold. What's there to not talk about? Since you can commit murder, why don't you dare to talk about it? If it weren't for the soldiers coming from overseas, where would these sea tribe Buddhas fall into the cycle of reincarnation? These members of the sea tribe who wholeheartedly follow Buddhism probably never thought that after thousands of years of bitter cultivation, in the end, they would actually become medicine for the sea tribe to heal their soul injuries. Xiaohua was wrong. The sea tribe didn't fear this cold at all. Although they sensed Xiaohua's malice, the member of the sea tribe still sneered and said, "That's right, it's a massacre. The sea tribe is the sea tribe, not the human race. It's fine if you live the life of the sea tribe in the North Sea, but you want to be a merciful member of the sea tribe? You want to imitate the bald monk and chant Buddhist scriptures? Of course, if it weren't for their bitter cultivation of Buddhism, how would the sea tribe know that the sea sarira has a miraculous effect on healing soul injuries? Isn't this the karma that the Buddhist sect's Vairocana Buddha spoke of? Besides, although Sir is a human, what qualifications do you have to say that we are sea tribe? Don't human cultivators also use the sea tribe Buddha sarira as tonics? Sir, don't tell me you came to my shop to reincarnate these sea sarira? Alas, Amitba. Xiaohua sighed. This old man originally had this idea. I wanted to buy all these sea sarira and reincarnate them one by one. However, if I didn't buy them, I wouldn't kill them. The more I buy, the more sea tribe Buddhas you will kill. How can I still buy them? Sir, you can choose not to buy them, but you can't make all the sea tribe members not buy them. The eyes of the sea tribe member trembled again, as if he was thinking intensely. He then said, as long as one sea tribe member buys them, these sea sarira will exist in this world for a day. Xiaohua looked at the sea tribe member and asked indifferently, "You seem to be from the North Sea Dragon Palace's army?" The sea tribe member waved his arms that were like pliers and answered, "That's right. If I wasn't a general in the army, how could I find so many sea sarira?" No wonder. If you didn't do so many things that damaged your virtue, you wouldn't be punished by the heavens. Xiaohua's eyes were like lightning. He looked at the shell inside the sea tribe member's armor and nodded. With a big hole in your abdomen, even the North Sea Dragon Palace would be helpless, right? Whether it damaged my virtue or not, this general doesn't know. The sea tribe member seemed to be somewhat agitated by Xiaohua's words. He waved his pliers and shouted, "This general only knows that when a military order is given, even if this general's body is smashed to pieces, I will still charge forward." What a loyal general. Xiaohua's words were incomparably sarcastic. This has nothing to do with you, sir. At this moment, the sea tribe general finally understood that Xiaohua wasn't here to do business. He was more like a nitpicker. If you have no interest in these sea sarira, please leave. Third master, third master. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside. Then, a small sea shrimp rushed in from outside. Seeing that there was someone else in the shop, the small sea shrimp shut his mouth and stood to the side, not daring to say anything. Chapter 39:18. Take it. Xiaohua passed the vitality stone to the small shrimp and sighed. Didn't you say it before? Even if I don't buy it, other demon clans will buy it and you will still go to the North Sea to hunt. Even if you don't go, other sea clans will go. In this world, as long as there are benefits, there will always be people who will do it, unless... Speaking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. That's right, the sea clans used the sea sarira to heal because they didn't have Taoist alchemy techniques. They had no choice but to rely on the sea sarira. However, when it came to alchemy, even Confucian cultivators didn't have the qualifications to speak. As long as Xiaohua could refine a spiritual pill to heal the soul, wouldn't he be able to take drastic measures and cut off the demon clan's dependence on the sea sarira? Of course, this was only a thought in Xiaohua's mind. Refining pills was easy, but selling them was hard for Xiaohua to control. Just like in Fengxiang, even if Xiaohua had the seeds, he still had to rely on the government and the Zhu family's power to complete it. The Sea Clan general naturally didn't know that Xiaohua was thinking so much. He sighed, looked at the small shrimp and waved his hand. "Chiu, take this vitality stone and go buy medicine first." "Yes, third master." Little sea shrimp took the primordial stones and responded. Then, he bowed respectfully to Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, immortal elder." Go. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I can only help you up to this point. If you have the prescription of Xinglin drugstore, I can help you take a look and see what's wrong with the medicinal liquid.
This.
The small shrimp shook his head and said, Xinglin drugstore only gives medicinal liquid, they never give any prescription.
And
Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Xinglin drugstore must be holding something back. After all, they were all humans, so Xiaohua was embarrassed to say anything. However, the eyes of the sea species general at the side lit up as he thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua. After the little shrimp left, the sea species general's voice trembled as he said, Immortal. Immortal elder, you know how to treat injuries? Yes, this old man can treat the injuries of the human race, but I have no interest in the demon race. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and explained, however, this old man does have some soul-nourishing and soul-nourishing pills here, which have some effect on the soul damage of the human race. It should also be useful for the monster race. That's why I wanted to leave some for the general. Immortal elder. The sea species general's body trembled slightly. He stretched out his pincers, wanting to grab Xiaohua's arm. However, after stretching out his pincers, he felt that it was inappropriate. The pincers made a kabiye sound in midair, as if he was extremely excited. Since Senior Immortal has such an immortal pill, then treating our broken limbs will definitely be a piece of cake. That's not true. Xiaohua waved his hand. Humans are humans, monsters are monsters, especially you sea races. This old man doesn't know what's inside your shells, and those pill recipes can't be used carelessly.
This.
The sea species general hesitated for a moment, as if thinking about something. Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and handed it to him, saying, This is a bottle of pills. If there are some people who come to your shop to buy sea relics and want to relieve the pain of their souls, you can give them some to try. If it works, speaking up to here, Xiaohua hesitated. If this pill was effective, what could Xiaohua do? This was also his previous misgivings. He wanted to, but he was powerless. You can try it first. Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle back to the sea species general and said, We'll talk about it later. The sea species general understood Xiaohua's intention as soon as he heard this. When have I seen so many sea species? Our human race's pills definitely can't be given to the sea species. Who knows what kind of medicine might poison them? If it's something that nourishes the soul, it's probably the same. Fu Jiwen said again, but the problem is, the demonic beast race. After all, they're not humans. Those who aren't of our race are bound to have different intentions. This old man can't be at ease. It's indeed a little difficult. Xiaohua said with a smile, but what if my fortune gate can refine these pills? Hee, master. Who do you plan to pass on your alchemy skills to? Fu Jiwen immediately understood Xiaohua's plan. He narrowed his eyes as if he could see a mountain of origin stones. I can't see it for the time being. Xiaohua sighed and said, You can inherit master's array formation skills. With this array formation skill alone, it shouldn't be a problem for you to cultivate to the literature saint realm. As for the literature star realm, it depends on your luck. Yuanya's temperament is simple, and he cultivates master's secret art. This secret art leans towards body cultivation. Asking this guy to refine pills is probably harder than picking up an embroidery needle. Wu Tian is talented in divination and seems to know how to refine pills, but his foundation is not solid enough, so he might not be able to inherit master's alchemy skills. Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan walk the ranger's flying sword Dao, and when they cultivate to the peak, they should be able to cultivate to the literature saint realm. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei are still young. Although they are talented and can inherit master's Buddhist and Confucian cultivation techniques, when it comes to refining pills and smithing, master can't say for sure. Master. Fu Jiwen was a little dumbfounded, his eyes sparkling like stars. You actually cultivate so many cultivation techniques, although you don't sleep, but I don't see you in closed-door cultivation, How on earth did you cultivate? I can't say. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Fu Jiwen prostrated himself in admiration. Each of his 7 disciples could cultivate to the literature saint realm by inheriting one cultivation technique from master. Then what about master? To what extent could he cultivate? Xiaohua naturally understood Fu Jiwen's thoughts, and said with a straight face, Disciple, everyone has their own fate, you can't force it. Some of master's secret techniques are not suitable for you, So you only need to cultivate your heavenly book to the peak. Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen hurriedly answered. Xiaohua continued, as for Xueqi, His Highness Lan, Li Xiang, and Chong Yu, they already know how to refine pills. Moreover, before Master left the Fortune Gate, I left them some alchemy and smithing secret techniques, but I don't know how much they can comprehend in the future. In fact, Chong Yu has a wood element physique, so Master thinks he has a chance. Of course, if possible, the 4 of them will each take charge of a sect, 1 for smithing, 1 for alchemy, and the other 2 will be gatekeepers for Master. Haha, Master, gatekeepers are He Xiong's job, others can't snatch it away. Fu Jiwen laughed, but 3 senior brothers' array formation skills are really not that good. How about this disciple also take charge of 1 sect in the future? And, sooner or later, each of the inner disciples will take charge of 1 sect. Xiaohua nodded. If you have this idea, then it's best. Disciple. Should marry by and first. Fu Jiwen shrunk his neck and laughed. How come you're as useless as Master? Xiaohua slapped Fu Jiwen's head and pretended to scold him. Senior Immortal. Senior Immortal. While they were talking, the Sea Tribe General ran in, followed by the little sea shrimp. The little sea shrimp was supporting another old sea shrimp, and behind the old sea shrimp was a rather graceful sea snake. Grandpa, this is the Senior Immortal. He just gave us the source stones. The little sea shrimp was still very shy, and whispered to the old sea shrimp. This one thanks Senior Immortal. The old sea shrimp bowed with difficulty. His body was wrapped in dried seaweed, and that seaweed was like a piece of hard paper covering his abdomen. You're welcome. Xiaohua waved his hand. Those source stones were used to purchase this place's sea relics. After the Sea Tribe General shouted and entered, he hurriedly raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. The light in front of the shop surged, and the previously open shop door gradually disappeared. What are you doing, fellow immortal? Xiaohua was not afraid, and asked indifferently. Senior Immortal. The little sea shrimp could not help but fall on the ground and kowtow. Third Master said that Senior Immortal can cure this one's grandpa. This one kowtows to Senior Immortal, hoping that Senior Immortal can save grandpa. Every month, he is in so much pain that he hovers between life and death. If Senior Immortal can cure grandpa, this one. Get up. Fu Jiwen watched from the side, and stole a glance at Xiaohua's expression. He helped the little sea shrimp up and said, My master is the most benevolent. If he didn't want to help, he would have already left. Since he is here, of course, he is willing to help. However, my master has already said, Did you bring the medicinal liquid from the apricot forest medicine shop? This one hasn't had the time to go yet. The little sea shrimp replied somewhat embarrassedly. May I ask for Senior Immortal's name and Dharma name? The sea snake in the distance looked at Xiaohua, and asked with some hostility. This one is Xiaohua. Dharma name is Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua replied. Taoist Xiao. Chapter 39:19. N. Xiaohua did not mind at all. He looked at the Sea Race General and said, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist will be disappointed when you look for this person to test the medicine. The Sea Race General glared at the sea snake and said rather sternly, She dares. General Liu. The sea snake was helpless. You trust humans too easily. No wonder you have to live a miserable life while guarding this shop. If you listen to me, change. Are you going to eat it or not? The Sea Race General took out the pill that Xiaohua gave him and said, If you don't eat it, don't come and see me in the future. All right. The sea snake was helpless. He took the pill and threw it into his mouth without even looking at it. Then he stared at Xiaohua's small eyes with his big eyes. It seemed that the soul-nurturing pill did not have any reaction at all. Taoist Master Xiao. The Sea Race General said in a low voice. Don't think that Chi's words are unpleasant to hear. Back then, when she was under my command, she was resourceful and resourceful. It was only because of her that I was able to protect the brothers under my command and achieve many military exploits. However, Taoist Master also saw that the Sea Race and the Yao race can be considered to have strong bodies. Ordinary weapons cannot harm us. However, our souls are much weaker compared to humans. Among the Yao race, there are many methods of fighting souls. As a result, many Yao race soldiers have their souls damaged. Fighting souls? Xiao Hua was stunned. He really did not understand. Could it be that the Yao race he saw earlier were fighting with him using their fists and legs? How could they fight with soul techniques? If that was the case, then the Yao race actually knew soul cultivation? General, I am somewhat puzzled by your words. Xiao Hua voiced out his doubts. When the Sea Race general heard that Xiao Hua was actually able to fight with the moon-picking realm Yao race, he could not help but be even more alarmed. He hurriedly explained, of course, ordinary Sea Race people do not know about fighting souls. Only the Sea Race army would use it when they go on expeditions. Furthermore, this kind of secret technique is to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of their own. They would not use it unless it is a crucial moment. The souls of humans are stronger than the Yao race. Moreover, the Yao race's physical body is far inferior to the Yao race.
I see.
Xiao Hua understood. The Sea Clan and the Monster Clan didn't obtain the complete soul cultivation inheritance. They only obtained some secret techniques. These secret techniques can't be taught widely and can only be used by the army. When he thought up to here, Xiao Hua's face suddenly went grim, and he said in a low voice, "No matter what, you aren't the only one that hunts those Oceanic Clan Buddhist disciples, yes?" The Sea Folk General nodded and said, "This is what I said just now. Even if I don't hunt, there will be others who will. However, the situation is far from being as serious as Taoist thinks. If these sea relics were useful, how could my shop still be struggling at death's door?" When Xiao Hua heard this, his face eased up slightly and he asked curiously, "Could it be that the effects of the sea Sarira are limited?" "Well, if it's taken for the first time, it's usually effective." The Sea Folk General nodded. "But if the symptoms recur after taking it, the pain will be twice as great as before. At that time, the sea Sarira won't have the same effect as before. If you consume it again, the pain will be 4 times worse than before when it flares up for the 3rd time." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "But there will always be demons drinking poison to quench their thirst." "Indeed." The Sea Folk General looked at the sea serpent with a gentle gaze. "Drip didn't want to take it back then, but I forced him to. Although the symptoms recur later, the pain doubled again."
Ah.
At this moment, the sea serpent suddenly cried out and collapsed on the ground.
How is it?
It's acting up again?" The Sea Folk General cried out. The sea serpent twitched a few times on the ground and stopped. It looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, is the medicine acting up again?"
It might be.
Xiao Hua nodded. "But I don't know how long it will take, and I don't even know if it's effective." "Okay, I understand." The sea serpent simply ignored Xiao Hua and hid on the ground, waiting for the next attack.
Taoist Xiao.
The Sea Folk General looked at the sea serpent worriedly, then shifted his gaze away and said to Xiao Hua, "Let's put the matter of drip aside first. I believe in Taoist Xiao's pill. Let's see how effective it is. Now, I would like Taoist Xiao to take a look at Qiu's grandfather.
His injury."
"Sigh, Taoist Xiao, our sea folk shell is 100 times stronger than that of the human race. Our shell can even heal itself. However, it can't withstand our repeated battles. In the past, his injury would heal in a day and a night, but later on, it couldn't heal anymore. The nobles of the Dragon Palace have precious pills to treat it, but us lowly sea folk don't have the chance. Taoist Xiao, if you have the slightest chance, you can give it a try."
Ah.
Not far away, the sea serpent cried out again and rolled on the ground. "Come, let me take a look first." Xiao Hua indicated to the old sea serpent to lift the seaweed. "Yes, Taoist Xiao." The old sea serpent trembled as it lifted the seaweed. A strong fishy smell mixed with a stench was emitted from the old sea serpent's body. Under the seaweed, there was a dark green pus. A hole the size of a human's head almost pierced through the old sea serpent's shell. "Cover it up." Xiao Hua looked and frowned as he indicated. "Taoist Xiao, how is it?" The Sea Folk General's heart seemed to be seized as he hurriedly asked. Xiao Hua shook his head. "I also know the Qi Huang technique, but that's only for the human race. I really don't understand the demon race, especially the sea folk's shell. I can't prescribe the right medicine." The Sea Folk General's face was very disappointed, but he still said, What if I find Bei One in this field? Would Taoist Xiao be able to help?" "I can't guarantee this." Xiao Hua still shook his head, however. Since the apricot forest medicine shop can refine the medicine, I shouldn't have any problems.
Good.
The sea folk general nodded. The time for the auction is coming. Daoist Xiao, you should go and participate in the auction first. I will go and look for Bei One who has some pill recipes. If I can find him, I ask Daoist Xiao to take pity on us.
Okay.
Xiao Hua nodded and said, I will go and participate in the auction first. Everything can wait until I come out. Daoist Xiao, take away all the sea serpents in my shop. The sea folk general said, if Daoist Xiao's pill is useful, I won't need to hunt these sea serpents in the future. General, you're giving me too big of a hat. Xiao Hua wouldn't easily fall for it. He said with a smile, my head isn't that big. It was unknown whether this sea folk general understood the illusion of sucker. However, from Xiao Hua's evasiveness, the sea folk general didn't want to force him. He could only say regretfully, if that's the case, Daoist Xiao, take away all the sea serpents in front of the shop. I will wait here for Daoist Xiao to return.
Okay.
Xiao Hua nodded. He waited for the sea folk general to open the shop door again. He looked at the shop assistant standing respectfully at the door. With a wave of his big sleeve, those dim sea serpents all fell into Xiao Hua's big sleeve. He then led Fu Jiwen towards the entrance of the Yazi auction house. The sea folk general sent them to the door. Seeing the two of them leave, he hurriedly returned to the shop. Not long after, he hurriedly came out again and went to another place. In the distance, the sea folk general watched Xiao Hua walk out of the shop. He then watched Xiao Hua follow a group of beasts and humans into the auction house. He hesitated for a moment before walking towards the shop. At this moment, it was already time for the Yazi auction house to start bidding. Therefore, many beasts and sea folk wore all kinds of clothes and armor and rushed towards one direction. Similarly, among the beasts, there were also many humans who, like Xiao Hua, followed the beasts and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. When Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen arrived at the entrance of the Yazi auction house, they looked up and couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. The stone wall in Xiao Hua's eyes was a huge portrait of the Yazi. This portrait was engraved in the mountain ridge. Similarly, there were thousands of pearls embedded in various parts of this portrait. Even though it was already late at night, all the beasts and humans could still see the ferocious and mighty aura of the Yazi. This Yazi's eyes coldly looked forward. Its big mouth was wide open. The entrance of the auction house was this big mouth. Damn it, isn't this the legendary walking into a trap? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If this Yazi was alive, wouldn't the entire auction house be in its stomach? Master Nine Heavens had already used this trick in the past. Well, Master Nine Heavens must have seen this Yazi auction house before. That's why he thought of turning Master Clear Rain into a cave and trapping us cultivators. While Xiao Hua was thinking, he had already followed the beasts to the entrance. The entrance was not guarded by the beasts of the Dragon Palace. However, there was a thin layer of water curtain blocking the entrance. As long as a beast walked under the water curtain would produce a faint beast chi. When the beast chi landed on the certificate in the beast race's hand, the certificate would emit a thin layer of water vapor to cover the beast race. When the water vapor and the water curtain were close to each other, the beast race would enter through this connection without any abnormality. Xiao Hua also entered through the water curtain with the certificate. When he saw what was before him, Xiao Hua could not help but feel stupefied. This was because behind the water curtain was a huge domed hall. At the top of the hall were 9 beasts. They were the 9 dragon sons on the 9 dragon steel. The Yazi was surrounded by the other 8 dragon sons. Aside from the Yazi, the other 8 dragon sons also looked extremely vicious. The 9 dragon sons looked fiercely at the hall. An indescribable pressure came from above the heads of the beasts. Not only that, under the dome, the seats around the hall were like blooming flowers. These flowers were divided into 9 layers. Each layer was more gorgeous and noble than the last. In the center of these flowers was a huge coral-paved area that took up about 40% of the hall. The corals on the field were colorful, and the light slowly changed with the flow of people. Occasionally, the images of the 9 suns would be projected onto the corals, and the living demonic beasts seemed to be about to escape from the light. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat. The sharp blades on the two hooves in front of his head flashed with a cold light and slashed towards the male rhinoceros's neck. It was also at this moment that there was a loud puff, as if the male rhinoceros let out a loud fart. The male rhinoceros' huge figure suddenly rushed into the air without dodging at all. The male rhinoceros leap just happened to dodge Xueqi's hooves, and the sword thorn accurately pierced Xueqi's abdomen. Swoosh! The moment the male rhinoceros attacked, the entire auction field fell silent. All the demonic beasts stared at the sword on the tip of the male rhinoceros's nose, waiting for the result of the attack. Xueqi was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but how could he make it in time? Roar! Xueqi wailed. He waved his hooves with all his might, wanting to kill the male rhinoceros before the sword pierced him. Swoosh swoosh! With two soft sounds, the sharp blades on Xueqi's hooves pierced into the male rhinoceros's shoulders first. Puff! Almost at the same time, the male rhinoceros's sword pierced into Xueqi's abdomen mercilessly. 3 streams of blood gushed out like fountains. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tough sharp weapons were dyed red. The smell of blood quickly spread throughout the auction field. Good! The frenzied auction suddenly broke out in silence. The sound waves could almost overturn the roof of the entire auction hall. Only Yazi, who was on the roof of the hall, looked at all of this coldly with his fierce and cruel eyes. Puff puff! Just as the demonic beasts cheered, 2 more muffled sounds came from the auction field. At this moment, the demonic beasts were stunned to discover that the male rhinoceros's 2 hind hooves, which were previously hiding behind Xueqi's abdomen, suddenly flashed a cruel light and pierced into the male rhinoceros's head in a flash. The male rhinoceros's head was naturally incomparably hard. However, when sparks flew, the male rhinoceros only avoided its own vital parts. A long bloody scar appeared on its head. Roar! This time, it was the male rhinoceros's turn to scream. Its huge body suddenly retreated. At this moment, Xueqi discovered that the male rhinoceros's hind hoof speed was not inferior to Xueqi's. In other words, everything the male rhinoceros did before was to confuse Xueqi. Although the 2 vicious beasts were fighting a battle of wits and courage, they were actually evenly matched. However, the moment they came into contact, both beasts were injured. On the male rhinoceros's back, there were 2 bloody holes that were bigger than fists gushing out blood. On the male rhinoceros's head, there were 2 bloody scars that were similarly bleeding. Within the bloodstains, the eerie white bones could be seen with the naked eye. Xueqi stood there. Although he didn't seem to have any abnormalities, his abdomen was dripping with blood like a small stream flowing happily. Roar! Roar! Several dozen wolves opened their mouths and roared towards the auction sky. All of the demonic beasts' eyes were blood red. A strange, tyrannical atmosphere instantly spread throughout the entire auction. Even the majority of the humans stood up from their seats and shouted crazily. Crazy! Besides Xueqi, Fu Jiwen sighed slightly. This Yazi auction house is indeed formidable. Xueqi smiled bitterly. First it was the beauty. Soon after, there was blood. Everyone and demonic beasts were dizzy from the rush of blood. When the bidding started, they became the male rhinoceros and Xueqi. In the end, only the Northern Sea Dragon Palace profited. As Xueqi spoke, that Xueqi launched another attack. The male rhinoceros also calmly faced the battle. Those 2 large ears were actually sharp weapons. From time to time, they would land on Xueqi's body and slice off pieces of flesh. Xueqi was even more formidable. His 4 hooves danced as he stabbed again and again. Every time he stabbed, he would leave behind a bloody hole on the male rhinoceros's body. Although the male rhinoceros's skin was tough and thick, in merely the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the male rhinoceros's body was full of bloody holes. Moreover, although these bloody holes constantly flickered with faint star energy, they did not heal. Clearly, Xueqi's sharp blades were highly toxic. From the scene, it looked like Xueqi had the upper hand. The male rhinoceros did not counterattack much. However, the male rhinoceros's counterattack was extremely powerful. After stabbing into Xueqi's abdomen for the first time, the male rhinoceros's sword stabbed into other parts of Xueqi's body 5 times. Blood gushed out from Xueqi's body, and the entire auction house was covered in blood. Kuan-Lai howled in grief. He suddenly broke away from the battle and ran towards the hole he previously ran out of. The male rhinoceros had obviously won. It roared and brandished its sword to show off. However, at this moment, the four walls of the auction house had already closed up. Where was the hole to be seen? Kuan-Lai ran one round and appeared in front of the male rhinoceros again. While showing off, the male rhinoceros roared again. It was like a huge mountain as it advanced towards Kuan-Lai. Seeing this, although Kuan-Lai howled in grief, he still pounced over. Not only did he desperately open his mouth to bite the male rhinoceros's flesh, he even used the sharp blades on his four hooves to stab the male rhinoceros. The fight between the two demonic beasts was extremely cruel. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. After a while, there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the two demonic beasts' bodies. Even their bones were exposed. The two demonic beasts were even somewhat weak. However, they still fought for their survival. In the auction house, the cheers from the surroundings did not stop. Xueqi could even hear the voices of a few humans beside him were somewhat hoarse. "Hey, hi, let's go." Xueqi stood up from his seat and whispered, "It's fine if we don't participate in this auction." It was also at this moment, good. There was another thunderous cheer. The male rhinoceros's sword stabbed deeply into Kuan-Lai's abdomen again, and Kuan-Lai accurately stabbed the sharp blades on his two hind hooves into the male rhinoceros's eyes.
Ew.
The male rhinoceros struggled like crazy and ran again. Kuan-Lai's body clung to the male rhinoceros's body with all his strength, and his hind hooves stabbed into the male rhinoceros's brain. Blood flowed out, and a white substance also seeped out from Kuan-Lai's hind hooves. In the end, the male rhinoceros fell to the ground like a mountain. Kuan-Lai also fell to the ground of the auction house on the verge of death. Blood kept gushing out from his abdomen, forming a river of blood. Boom! There was a loud sound. Before the demonic beasts could rejoice, a huge wave of water fell from the center of the auction house and smashed into the two demonic beasts' bodies that were still breathing. The strength of the wave was so great that it instantly smashed the two demonic beasts into meat paste. Then, the wave of water rolled up a blood-colored spray and suddenly disappeared in mid-air. When everyone looked again, the entire auction house was as clean as before. The male rhinoceros's sword, the arc-shaped sharp blades on its ears, the sharp blades on Kuan-Lai's hooves, and the sharp fangs on its four hooves lay there quietly. Everyone! At this moment, the old tortoise's voice slowly sounded. "These are the two items that my Yazi auction house is bidding for. These two items can only belong to the experts of my demonic beast clan, the victors of the future world. The starting price is 10,000 sea crystals. 11,000. 12,000. Without waiting for Xueqi to move his feet, the sound of bidding rose one after another. Moreover, all kinds of brilliance continuously flickered above the seats. Author's note: a good activity where meat pies fall from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, enter Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 39-21. Master. Fu Jiwen had already stood up, but at this time he said softly, "The auction has already started, let's wait and see." Xueqi looked around, gave up the idea of leaving, and sat down. In just a moment, the items of the two vicious beasts had already reached 50,000 sea crystals, and the crowd of beasts was boiling with blood, as if they were going all out to bid. The Yazi auction house is too good at doing business. Xueqi sighed again and whispered to Fu Jiwen, "Regardless of how much these two vicious beasts are worth, just the bloody battle just now has raised the value of these vicious beasts by a lot. And this old turtle directly said that these items can only belong to a vicious beast, and a vicious beast at that, and a vicious beast at that, which vicious beast wouldn't bid with all their might. This first auction will make the Yazi auction house earn a good start." Yes, watching the battle just now, the vicious beast's blood still hasn't subsided. Why would they care about sea crystals? I'm afraid that in their eyes, they only care about face and showing off in the future. Fu Jiwen nodded. The North Sea Dragon Palace used the sharp blade of their reputation to blind these vicious beasts' eyes. Since the first round of bidding didn't allow humans to participate, Xueqi was happy to watch from the side. In the end, the two vicious beasts' remains were sold for 90,000 sea crystals, 9 times the original bid. However, Xiaohua didn't think so, and smiled. It's only 90,000 sea crystals. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish his words, he felt a bit embarrassed. This was because the old tortoise had waved his walking stick, and several items had fallen on top of Xiaohua's head. A cloaked demonic beast had taken out some sparkling and translucent sea crystals. They were completely different from the sea crystals that the general had taken out in the shop.
Damn it!
Xiaohua understood, and smiled bitterly. This old man understands. The sea crystals that the Yazi auction house is talking about are probably only top-quality sea crystals. A piece of top-quality ocean crystal is worth 2 or 3 pieces of top-quality primal stones. It's not worth it to exchange hundreds of thousands of top-quality primal stones for these 2 shitty things. Xiaohua felt that it wasn't worth it, but many of the Yao in the auction hall had envious looks in their eyes as they watched the Yao put everything into his cosmic bracelet.
Thank you,
fellow immortal. The old turtle hesitated for a moment before using the demon language to address him as immortal friend, even though the demon race and the sea race didn't address him this way. You've given this old man so much face, and also given my Yazi auction house so much face. I presume all of you are aware that every single fellow immortal that bids for the first item will obtain a voucher of discount from my Yazi auction. As for the amount of discount, it will depend on the fellow immortal's luck. Please come look for me after this auction. The voucher of discount will take effect after this auction. This certificate can be used in the auction hall or in all the properties of the North Sea Dragon Palace.
Whoa.
Some exclamations sounding very regretful. Obviously, these were all first-time buyers of the Yazi auction house, so they didn't know about this. Hee. It seems that there are many first-time fellow immortals in my Yazi auction house. The old turtle said with a smile. I have to introduce myself again. My name is Shen Kong. This name sounds similar to the Buddhist name of the Arhat of the Buddhist sect, but I'm a genuine Yao. I have nothing to do with the Arhat of the human race. Of course, if my Yao race doesn't need any ocean relics in the future, I can consider abstaining from meat and chanting Buddhist scriptures. The Yazi auction house will guarantee that the fellow immortals who bid for these items will be sent to a safe place designated by the fellow immortals. If fellow immortals are willing, you can even leave before the auction ends. 100,000 sea crystals. As soon as Shen Kong finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. That person's voice was rather weak. Clearly, his cultivation wasn't high. Does anyone else want to bid? Shen Kong smiled and said, every bid is 1,000 sea crystals. Shen Kong asked a few times, but no one answered. Shen Kong shook his head helplessly and said, fellow immortals of the human race are really smart. I presume this fellow immortal has already discussed with the other fellow immortals before coming to the auction? This old man knows that there are more than 100,000 sea crystals in this yin-yang bracelet, but there's nothing I can do. This yin-yang bracelet now belongs to this fellow immortal. As Shen Kong waved his walking stick, the yin-yang bracelet fell into the hands of a fellow immortal in the distance. Shen Kong then said, fellow immortal of the human race, if you want to leave, you can stand up now. Once you've handed over the sea crystals, the Yazi auction house will escort you out. All right, thank you fellow immortal Shen. The fellow immortal who took the yin-yang bracelet stood up and hastily left. Shen Kong glanced at the back of the fellow immortal, raised his walking stick, and said, all right, the next item, the coral, will be 100,000 sea crystals. Not long after, the pearls, corals, armors, and other items were all bought. Xiaohua understood that it was just as Shen Kong said. They were all bought by humans, and they all chose to leave immediately. Xiaohua understood that these items of the sea race were extremely precious in the eyes of the mortals of the hidden immortal continent. Most of the bidders should be merchants of the mortal world. They would benefit from this. Of course, everyone knew the dangers involved. They didn't have the ability to protect themselves. Even if they had some bodyguards, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with the cultivators who coveted these items. They could only place their hopes on the credibility of the Yazi auction house. Next is the herbs picked in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. The starting price for each yin-yang bracelet is 50,000 sea crystals. As soon as Shen Kong spoke, a voice filled with doubt sounded, Senior Shen, I have a question to ask. Is it possible? Oh, fellow immortal, please go ahead. Shen Kong naturally wasn't afraid that someone would ask. He was afraid that the auction house would be quiet. These items are commonly seen in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. I usually don't even look at them. Why are they being sold for so many sea crystals? Hee, fellow immortal, you don't know. Xueqi said with a smile. The humans of the hidden immortal continent are good at making elixirs. All herbs and spiritual fruits can be used as medicines. Most of the medicines that the monster race needs the most are made by the humans. These herbs from the Thousand Demons sacred realm may also be part of the ingredients they need to make elixirs. Therefore, these herbs can also be sold for auction.
Damn it, I see.
The monster race was shocked. Then won't the humans make a fortune? These ordinary plants are worthless to begin with, but after passing through their hands, they can actually produce such precious medicinal pills. Yes, there's nothing we can do about it. Xueqi shrugged his shoulder outside the turtle shell and said, We monster race don't understand these things, so we can only rely on the humans. That's why the North Sea Dragon Palace got these herbs from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. On one hand, we can provide them with elixirs, and on the other hand, we can earn some sea crystals from them. Alas, Senior Xian, you've worked hard. The monster race sighed with emotion at the hardships of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, he didn't understand. If these monster fruits and monster herbs were sold for a high price, then wouldn't the medicine made from these monster fruits and monster herbs be even more valuable? 50,000 sea crystals. A voice called out. 51,000 sea crystals. Xiaohua thought for a moment and also called out. Fu Jiwen wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's bid. After all, Xiaohua had already said that he wanted to cure the old shrimp, so these monster herbs should be useful. Xiaohua's bid made Xueqi slightly surprised, and he unconsciously looked in Xiaohua's direction. At the same time, the human who was the first to bid also stopped. Okay. 51,000 sea crystals. Xueqi took the opportunity to ask, Fellow immortal, do you have any other bids? 52,000. The man called out again. Xiaohua thought for a moment and called out, 55,000. 56,000. The man didn't show any weakness, as if he was determined to get this monster herb. Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked into the distance. He could almost guess who was bidding. Fellow immortal Xian. Xiaohua said, Can I take a look at this universe bracelet first? Of course you can. Xueqi said nimbly. He raised his hand and the water under the universe bracelet rushed out, sending the universe bracelet to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He then put the universe bracelet back on the water and said with a smile, I give up. Xueqi nodded, then looked around and said, Is there any other fellow immortal who wants to bid? Master, why aren't you bidding? Fu Jiwen whispered. Xiaohua laughed and said, There are a lot of things inside, but they are all very high-level demonic grasses. They might not be effective in treating the injuries of the old sea shrimps and the other sea race, so why would I bid for it? Chapter 39-22. Master how do you know about these demonic herbs? And you also know that they are useless? Fu Jiwen was shocked. Could it be that you also know demonic arts? At this point, Fu Jiwen patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. Alas, look at this disciple's memory. Didn't you also teach demonic arts to Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Condor? Master, is there anything in this world that you don't know? Give birth to children. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Give birth. Fu Jiwen was shocked at first, and then an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. That burst of laughter made him choke. Xiaohua also bid for the demonic fruits several times, but it was still the same human who bid for them. This time, Xiaohua didn't even look at them and directly gave up. Firstly, he didn't want to have a dispute with a human because of these demonic fruits and let the monster race watch the fun. Secondly, he didn't want the North Sea Dragon Palace to earn more sea crystals. Finally, there were some stones of the Thousand Monster Sacred Realm. Of course, these were all materials for refining tools. Xiaohua already knew about them when he used his divine sense to scan the few stones outside the yin-yang bracelet. In the end, after a few sparse bids, including Xiaohua's, no one else bid, and this yin-yang bracelet was easily obtained by Xiaohua. After Xiaohua asked Xueqi how many top-grade primordial stones he should pay, he took out a small yin-yang pouch, put the primordial stones inside, and sent them into the stream of water. Then, he sent the yin-yang bracelet into the space. This round of bidding is over. Which fellow immortal wants to leave? Of course, it's the fellow immortal who has already bid for something. You can leave now. Xueqi waved his hand, and many streams of water fell down, ending this very boring round of bidding. To Xueqi's surprise, the other humans who had bid for something all chose to leave. Only Xueqi sat there calmly, showing no signs of leaving. All right. Xueqi smiled and said, "Let the second round begin." As soon as his voice fell, a burst of music rang out. From the surrounding stone walls of the auction hall, a dozen or so shell girls flew out on waves. These shell girls covered their faces, revealing their graceful figures. Each of their jade-white hands held a plate condensed from green water. On the plate were jade bottles, square boxes, and even sandalwood cups. My fellow immortals, I was just talking about the medicinal pills of the human race. Now these are. Xueqi waved his walking stick and pointed at the shells of the shell girls. Then, pink demon characters appeared on the shells. 2 Revolution Soul Nourishing Pill, Soul Cleansing Pill, Detoxification Pill. The names of the medicinal pills appeared one after another. Every time a medicinal pill's name appeared, it would cause waves of exclamations. When the names of all the medicinal pills appeared, the dozen or so shell girls held the water plates and danced in the auction hall. It was as if they were showing off their dance and also letting the demons see the medicinal pills in their hands. These medicinal pills and medicines are all from the famous alchemists and pharmacists of the hidden immortal continent. I can't reveal their specific names. However, if the medicinal pills and medicines are ineffective, I, Yazzie Auction Hall, will be responsible for all the consequences. Xueqi's words dispelled the doubts in the hearts of the demons. All the demons held their breaths. Their eyes were burning with passion as they quietly waited for Xueqi's bid. Xueqi didn't disappoint these demons. The amount of sea crystals he offered was frightening. However, no matter how many sea crystals there were, it didn't seem to be as important as illness and life. Bottles of medicinal pills were bid for by the demons at very high prices. It was just like how humans looked at bulls and cows. However, in Xueqi's eyes, it didn't feel good. 2 million sea crystals. Xueqi didn't even think about it and was about to bid. However, just as he spoke, a voice came from the side of the auction house in the distance at the same time as Xueqi. 2 million sea crystals. This old man wants them all. Oh! Not only was Xueqi slightly stunned, but some of the demonic beasts who wanted to bid were also surprised. A wave of exclamations came from all over the auction house. These demonic beasts were very strange. Why was it that the first person to bid for nascent souls wasn't a demonic beast, but a human? Moreover, it was 2 humans. While Xueqi and the demonic beasts were in a daze, Xueqi stroked his chin and thought to himself. Nascent souls were somewhat useful for the demonic beast's cultivation, but they were definitely not as useful as demonic cores. The price of 400,000 sea crystals also proved this point. Even if the demonic beasts who wanted to bid for nascent souls wanted to bid, they definitely wouldn't bid so much at once. Therefore, Xueqi wanted to take advantage of the demonic beasts' inability to react and use a large number to scare them, then easily obtain these nascent souls. Unfortunately, the human cultivator on the other side obviously had the same plan as Xueqi. His bid immediately destroyed Xueqi's wishful thinking. However, Xueqi was puzzled. Who was the other party? Why was he as interested in nascent souls as he was? After all, ordinary Taoist cultivators took nascent souls because they were interested in the primordial spirit within them. They could be used to refine magic treasures and array diagrams. The pure nascent soul's spiritual shell was not very useful. This fellow immortal's suggestion is not bad. Xueqi pondered for a moment and nodded. The quality of these nascent souls is different. If we all bid at 400,000 sea crystals, I'm afraid many fellow immortals won't be willing. Why don't we just bid together? Old Turtle Xian. Some demonic beasts were unhappy and shouted, I just want to get a nascent soul to taste. If you do this, won't I be unable to satisfy my cravings? No, definitely not. Chapter 39-23. That's right, that's right. How can the rules of the auction be changed so easily? Some of the monster race and sea race who were interested in bidding for the nascent souls also began to clamor, causing the entire auction to become somewhat chaotic. Xueqi looked at the monster race indifferently. After a while, he casually waved the cane in his hand and said with a smile, "The host of this auction is this old man. Everything this old man says, as long as it doesn't go against the rules of my auction, then my words will be the rules today."
All right.
A few of the noisy monster race looked at Xueqi's serious expression, and then looked at the 13 nascent souls that had just condensed their nascent souls. After weighing the pros and cons, they replied in a low voice. "This immortal friend has bid for 2 million sea crystals. Are there any other immortal friends who want to bid?" Xueqi looked in Xiaohua's direction and seemed to be hoping that Xiaohua would make a bid. Xiaohua didn't disappoint this old man and said without hesitation, "For 21 million sea crystals. For 3 million. The other party didn't wait for Xiaohua's voice to fall and immediately bid. Xiaohua was helpless. The other party had already expressed their attitude and was even more determined to win than Xiaohua. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and was about to speak when Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "Master, what do we want these nascent souls for? If we want to spend origin stones on them, we might as well bid for the monster fruits earlier." Fu Jiwen knew that his master was kind. He reminded him like this because he was afraid that his master would be moved by these nascent souls and desperately bid for the nascent souls that he didn't have. He. Xiaohua naturally understood Fu Jiwen's meaning and said in a low voice, "Master isn't that kind of person. Don't worry. Master has use for these nascent souls. Perhaps when you reach your cultivation level. Forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate these secret techniques." Fu Jiwen majored in Confucian arts and cultivated Dao magic on the side. But he had the opportunity to use the 5 Qis righteous thunder to temper his yuanying like Xiaohua. Xiaohua originally wanted to reveal some secrets to Fu Jiwen to encourage him. But when he thought about how Fu Jiwen's heavenly book was still sealed, he simply gave up on this idea. It wouldn't be too late to tell him when the conditions were right. 4. 31 million sea crystals. Xiaohua ignored Fu Jiwen and bid.
All right.
Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fu Jiwen knew that his master was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Presumably, it was some kind of extraordinary secret technique. He could only mutter to himself and watch the show from the side. 5 million. The other party was rather impatient and directly called out a high price. Xiaohua leisurely sat on the chair and unhurriedly opened his mouth. 5.01 million. 8 million. The other party was straightforward and directly increased the price by 3 million. It seemed that he was not short of money.
See.
Xiaohua was stunned once again. He had seen people who didn't lack money, but he had never seen someone who didn't lack money like this. This was 3 million sea crystals, which was equivalent to nearly 7 million top-grade source stones. Although Xiaohua had moved away the source stone mine in the Black Wind Ridge, he could be considered a person who didn't care about source stones. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent as a rich cultivator. This really made him feel ashamed and angry. Xiaohua was stunned, yet Xueqi was overjoyed instead. Never in his dreams had he imagined that a nascent soul stage cultivator that he didn't think highly of would actually be able to bid for such a high price. The group of monster race cultivators who didn't feel any pain in their backs began to clamor, pushing the atmosphere of the auction to a new height. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. 8.01 million sea crystals. Boom. The entire auction seemed to explode as all the monster race cultivators exclaimed, but in an instant, all the monster race cultivators fell silent and waited for the other human to bid. Of course, these monster race cultivators weren't waiting for the human to bid, but to see how high the human would push the price. 10 million. The other party really didn't disappoint the monster race cultivators and threw out 2 million sea crystals in one go. Boom. Although the monster race cultivators wanted to suppress their excitement and wait for Xiaohua to bid, they couldn't suppress their surprise at all. One by one, they stood up from their seats and looked at Xiaohua and the other human. Whispers converged into a wave of sound that drowned out the previous silence. Xueqi had a smile on his face and wasn't in a hurry to speak. 10 million sea crystals divided among the 13 nascent soul stage cultivators was nearly a million, more than double the previous 400,000. Moreover, Xueqi was very clear in his heart. Although he didn't know what these two humans wanted the nascent soul stage cultivators for, he was sure that they wouldn't give it up so easily. Especially the one who had just bid. Hearing such a high bid, Xueqi calmed down instead. Just as he was about to bid again, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Xueqi suddenly quivered and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. No, this person definitely isn't a Taoist cultivator. An inconceivable but very natural thought appeared in his mind. This person should be an immortal emissary from the immortal palace. That's right, he really is an immortal emissary from the immortal palace. He can only be an immortal emissary from the immortal palace. The more Xueqi thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. In order to collect enough nascent souls, this guy was able to set up the sun, moon, and star formations on Yaotai Mountain. He spent so much effort, but it was ruined by me and he only collected a few nascent souls. Now, these 10 nascent souls are only worth 10 million sea crystals. Isn't it much easier than before? Moreover, if he isn't an immortal emissary from the immortal palace, how could he not put the sea crystals in his eyes? However, there is also something wrong. If he is an immortal emissary from the immortal palace, he could have directly asked for these nascent souls from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why would he come to the auction? This is also somewhat inconceivable. While Xueqi was pondering for a brief moment, the voices in the auction hall began to die down. Xueqi raised his head and looked at Xueqi with his beady eyes, then said with a smile, I really did not expect that there would be two fellow immortals sitting in the outer seats. After today's auction, no matter which fellow immortal wins the bid, my Yanzi auction hall will give both fellow immortals a third-class certificate to express my gratitude. Then, after waiting for a moment, Xueqi opened his mouth and said, that fellow immortal has bid 10 million sea crystals. Does this fellow immortal still want to bid? Since he knew that the other party might be an immortal emissary from the immortal palace, Xueqi understood that it was meaningless for him to raise the price above the sea crystals. If he wanted to bid for these 13 nascent souls, he could only find another way. But how could he find another way? Xueqi had countless spiritual herbs and magic treasures in his space, but the problem was that the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't lack them, and they also didn't want them. In the eyes of the demon race, spiritual herbs were no different from foxtail grass. Xueqi thought for a moment and said, Fellow immortal Xian, this one wants to ask, are these nascent souls consigned by others in the Yanzi auction hall, or do they belong to the Yanzi auction hall? This fellow immortal often bids, and this is the first time you've come to my Yanzi auction hall. Xueqi's attitude towards a big customer like Xueqi was very amiable, and he said with a smile, Everything in my Yanzi auction hall belongs to my Yanzi auction hall. My Yanzi auction hall is different from Star Picking Tower and Lilai Trading Company. We never consign things for others. Oh, that's good. Xueqi smiled and took out a jade bottle from his space and said, This one has some things here. Would fellow immortal Xian take a look first? What does this fellow immortal mean? Xueqi stared blankly and looked at Xueqi's jade bottle in confusion. He didn't want to make a move. Xueqi didn't find it strange and just said with a smile, Fellow immortal Xian will know after taking a look. Could it be that fellow immortal wants to use the things in this jade bottle to exchange for nascent souls? Xueqi thought for a moment and understood something, and then he said proudly, My North Sea Dragon Palace. Xueqi was slightly anxious. He knew that if Xueqi said too much, then even if he was interested in the soul-nourishing pills in the jade bottle in the end, it would probably be difficult for him to take back his words. Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air, and asked in disbelief, Fellow immortal, are you right? It's a 4-revolution soul-nourishing pill? How could Xueqi know how many revolutions it was? At this point, he couldn't care less. He nodded and said, Indeed. Although this is the first time I've come to the Yazi auction house, how could I lie under the jurisdiction of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Chapter 39-24. Soon after, many mermaids flew out from the center of the auction hall along with the waves, swaying above the crowd's heads. The light of the magical artifacts overflowed, and the mermaids' beautiful light also shone in all directions. The entire auction hall was filled with the sound of gulping.
Damn it!
A rude voice shouted. Old tortoise, when are we bidding for the fish slaves? Hee hee. Fellow immortal. Haste makes waste. Let's do it step by step. As long as you come to my Yazzie auction hall, your wish will definitely come true. Xueqi said with a faint smile. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the mermaids returned to Xueqi's side. Xueqi raised his hand and pointed at an imperial artifact. This imperial artifact is called the Heaven-Attacking Imperial Artifact. It was refined by a famous artificer from the Immortal Palace. The starting price is 1 million sea crystals. Fellow immortal Xian. Xiaohua was the first to speak. This Heaven-Attacking Imperial Artifact is just an imperial artifact. Why is the starting price so high? Let's not talk about the demonic herbs from before. They were only a few tens of thousands of sea crystals. The pills that came after were only a few 100,000 sea crystals. This Heaven-Attacking Imperial Artifact's starting price is so high. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Xueqi smiled. He naturally thought that Xiaohua wanted to raise the price of the soul-nourishing pill. Thus he replied, Fellow immortal, you're wrong. Refining materials are everywhere, but refining great artificers are rare. Not to mention the great artificer from the Immortal Palace. This great artificer refined countless materials, spent a lot of time, and spent a lot of effort to refine this imperial artifact of such high quality. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that my dragon palace doesn't need imperial artifacts, this old man definitely wouldn't be bidding for this item. 1 million sea crystals is definitely worth it. 1,100,000. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, there were already Confucian cultivators who were impatient and started bidding. This was an imperial artificer from the Immortal Palace. How could they see it in an ordinary auction? Even if someone obtained it, they wouldn't dare to bid in public. Only the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and other special auctions would have such an item appear. 1,200,000. Xiaohua shouted without hesitation. Since Xiaohua had opened his mouth, he naturally wouldn't let go of the person who opposed him. He hurriedly said, 2 million. 2,100,000. Another person shouted. Xiaohua coldly smiled. 2. 5 million. 3 million. The competition between the human race far exceeded that of the demon race. The competition between the three of them was much more intelligent than the competition between the hundreds of demon race. 3,200,000. Xiaohua indifferently called out. 300. Just as the other person called out 300, Xiaohua's opponent immediately countered, 4 million. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the other person increased the price once again. In just a few moments, the price of this sky attack had reached 7 million sea crystals. Facing such a high price, the other person hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. Fellow immortal, it's time for you and me to decide on this imperial equipment. Like I said before, this old man will increase the price by 1 million. If you increase the price, this old man will be yours. This old man will fulfill your wish. At this moment, that person had almost figured out Xiaohua's tricks. He really didn't believe that Xiaohua would give up on this imperial artifact from the Immortal Palace. Thus that person coldly smiled and said, 8 million sea crystals.
See.
Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to be a bit surprised. After pausing for a moment, he asked tentatively. This immortal friend, this old man wants to ask you. You used 8 million sea crystals to bid for this sky attack. Do you still want to bid for those yuanying?
Haha.
Without waiting for that person to speak, all the demon race in the auction hall laughed. They deeply felt the cunning of the human race during the auction. They really didn't expect that Xiaohua's bid was actually to consume this human sea crystals. Xiaohua's goal was still those yuanying. You don't need to worry about this old man's matters. That person said indifferently. You just need to take care of your own origin stones.
All right.
Xiaohua slightly shook his head and said, This old man will keep his word. This item belongs to immortal friend. Xiaohua's words almost choked the other party to death. This was the Immortal Palace's imperial artifact that all Confucian cultivators coveted. 8 million sea crystals was admittedly a bit high, but it was definitely within the acceptable range of the Confucian cultivator who used the sky attack. If this wasn't the Yazzie auction hall, and if it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many Confucian cultivators here, that person was almost certain that the price of the sky attack would be even higher. However, this Confucian cultivator really didn't expect that Xueqi would put it down so easily. It was just like what he said just now. He was a person who kept his word.
Pay.
That person secretly spat in his heart. He really wanted to crush Xueqi to death in his hands. 8 million sea crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Shen Kong's heart was already blooming with joy as he loudly shouted. When no one answered, Shen Kong didn't hesitate in the slightest to wave his walking stick. The mermaid descended before that person, and then he very elegantly presented Si Tianyu to that person. After that person took out a cosmos pouch to exchange for Si Tianyu, the mermaid returned, and Xueqi immediately cried out. Fellow Taoist Shen, in my opinion, there's probably no need to test anything now, right? This old man will use sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul.
You.
That person still hadn't put away the sky attack and pointed in Xueqi's direction. He was so angry that his voice was trembling. Fortunately, Shen Kong indifferently replied. Since a mortal friend has already given up on sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul, then we can only not use sea crystals. Immortal friend, please wait for a moment.
All right.
Xueqi's tone was extremely helpless. There was both the joy of victory and the reluctance to pay. The next few imperial tools were of good quality, but Xueqi didn't bid and that person naturally didn't say anything. Therefore, the final price of these imperial tools was only about 2 million sea crystals, far less than the sky attack. After the imperial tools, it was naturally the Taoist magic treasures. No one bid for the first few magic treasures, but when it came to the last pagoda-like magic treasure, Xueqi suddenly opened his mouth. However, the price wasn't high, only 500,000 sea crystals. When Xueqi opened his mouth, all the beasts were silent. They didn't dare to look at Xueqi and directly stared at the person opposing Xueqi. 600,000. Under the gaze of all the beasts, that person didn't hesitate to bid. 700,000. 800,000. Xueqi called out 1 million sea crystals in a short while, so that person hesitated again. He didn't know whether Xueqi was a Confucian cultivator or a Taoist cultivator. However, his hesitation only lasted for a moment. He seemed to have understood something. Xueqi bid for the nascent soul, gave up on the imperial tools, and now bid for magic treasures. The possibility of him being a Taoist cultivator was quite high. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had secret techniques that could use the nascent soul. Xueqi could also be a Confucian cultivator. That person thought for a moment and probed. 2 million sea crystals. Boom. The crowd of beasts clamored again. Today's Yazzie auction house was really a one-man show between two humans. The other beasts all became spectators. On the other hand, Shen Kong curled his lips and complained in his heart about why Xueqi didn't open his mouth earlier. 2 million sea crystals, fellow immortals. Is there anyone else bidding? Shen Kong began to squeeze Xueqi. 2,100,000. 3 million. 3,100,000. 4 million. When it was Xueqi's turn, Xueqi smacked his lips and smiled. This Taoist magic treasure isn't worth so many sea crystals. This old man also doesn't want to bid more. If fellow immortals are interested, feel free to bid more. As long as fellow immortals bid more, this old man will definitely help you. Bid more, bid more. Seeing Xueqi's old trick, that person sneered. Before he could open his mouth, the crowd of beasts cheered him on. Humph, this old man doesn't believe it. That person definitely saw through Xueqi's trick, and was certain that Xueqi was a Taoist cultivator. He coldly snorted and said, 5 million sea crystals. That's not right, that's not right. Xueqi curiously said, fellow immortal, do you have that many sea crystals? You must not be angry. What if you want to use sea crystals to bid for the nascent soul? Wouldn't you not be able to take it out? This old man is willing. That person didn't lack sea crystals and coldly said, fellow immortal, if you have the ability, then use other methods to bid for the sea crystals. This old man doesn't believe that this old man can't beat you. All right. This old man admires you. This magic treasure is yours. Xueqi helplessly conceded. That person was once again in a predicament. He was really confused. He couldn't figure out Xueqi's identity. He had already seen this magic treasure. It was definitely a top-grade item used by Taoist cultivators of the upper 4th grade and lower 5th grade. If Xueqi was a Taoist cultivator and had tens of millions of top-grade origin stones in his bag, he definitely wouldn't let go of this magic treasure. Moreover, Xueqi didn't bid for the previous few magic treasures. Wasn't it because he was thinking about this last magic treasure? How could Xueqi give up like this? However, reality was cruel. Xueqi really retreated. That magic treasure that was almost useless to him was really delivered to him by the alluring mermaid. He helplessly took out his Xueqi bag and handed over the sea crystals again. The next items to bid were naturally Buddhist treasures. Although there weren't many Buddhist treasures, the quality was really good. Moreover, Buddhist treasures were also Buddhist treasures. For the monster race, they had some use like relics, so the bidding was very intense. That person was constantly paying attention to Xueqi, and Xueqi also didn't stand up to bid. When it was the last Buddhist treasure, Xueqi said, "This Buddhist treasure is the reincarnation drum. It is said that it was refined from the trunk of the Bodhi tree where Mahavairocana revered Buddha meditated when he became a Buddha. It contains the Buddhist light and karma of the mortal world when Mahavairocana revered Buddha became a Buddha. As for its specific power, this old man also doesn't know." 4. 1 million. Once they heard that it was the Buddhist light of Mahavairocana revered Buddha, all the monster race were happy. Buddhism was about delivering all living beings from suffering. That Buddhist light could be used by both monster race and human race. Of course, the monster race who wanted a Buddhist treasure wouldn't let it go. However, all the monster race also knew that the so-called Buddhist treasure of Mahavairocana revered Buddha was just a gimmick. If that was really the case, why would the North Sea Dragon Palace take it out to bid? Chapter 39-25. Xueqi listened to Xueqi's words and nodded slightly. After all, alchemy wasn't the North Sea Dragon Palace's strong point. Most of the pills circulating around the North Sea were First Revolution soul-nourishing pills, which were refined using the relics of First Revolution Buddhas. The Second Revolution soul-nourishing pills they just bid on were refined using the relics of Second Revolution Buddhas. Of course, not only were the quality of the First Revolution and Second Revolution completely different, but the same Second Revolution was also related to the cultivation level of the Buddhas during each reincarnation. The Second Revolution soul-nourishing pills that the North Sea Dragon Palace bid on definitely wouldn't be particularly good. As for the Third Revolution soul-nourishing pills, it wasn't that the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't have them, but they were very few in number. This was because the Buddhas who could cultivate to the Third Revolution were all very powerful. How could they casually let others take away their relics? Moreover, even if the North Sea Dragon Palace obtained the relics of the Buddhas of the Third Revolution Buddhas, the negative karma within was far from something that the monster race could refine. Therefore, there was no need to mention the Fourth Revolution soul-nourishing pills. That was purely a legendary item. Xueqi suddenly said that he had a batch of pills comparable to the Fourth Revolution soul-nourishing pills, and not just one. How could Xueqi not be shocked? Fellow immortals. Xueqi made up his mind and said, "These Taoist nascent soul cultivators will stop bidding for the time being." Before Xueqi could finish speaking, the human cultivator who bid on Xueqi was unhappy and sneered. "Xueqi, is this how the North Sea Dragon Palace does things? Didn't you agree to use sea crystals to bid? How could someone take out a jade bottle and force you to change the rules?" Xueqi frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy, he still smiled and said, "This old man also said before that this old man will make the rules of this auction. Moreover, there are many unexpected things in this auction. Fellow immortal, this is nothing. If fellow immortal feels that it's inappropriate, you can go to Profit Trading Company and Star Picking Tower to bid. They are all humans, so they should know what humans are thinking." The man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right, this old man can only follow the host's wishes. However, this old man wants to see what price these nascent soul cultivators will bid for. Fellow immortal, just wait and see." Xueqi didn't waste his breath and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, the bidding for this batch of nascent souls can be delayed for a moment. We'll bid after I confirm something." All right. The group of demon race beings were also elated. After all, there was a good show to watch. Thus, they didn't mind if things got out of hand. Xiaohua laughed bitterly. Xian Kong obviously intends to check the authenticity of this soul-nurturing pill, and he even intends to check the effects of the soul-nurturing pill. But Xian Kong didn't discuss it with me at all, and the overbearingness of the Yazi auction square is obvious from this. However, thinking about how Yazi wanted to check the effects of this soul-nurturing pill, Xiaohua felt anxious in his heart. After all, he didn't know what the 4 Revolutions soul-nurturing pill looked like. Xian Kong called the shell girl over and passed the jade bottle to her. Then, he ordered the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to leave. After that, the auction hall changed again. Huge images of ships flashed in the auction hall. Xiaohua understood that Yazi Auction Square had begun to sell ships. The sea race naturally didn't need ships, but the demon race of Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the human race of Hidden Immortal Continent couldn't do without ships if they wanted to travel to the North Sea. Just like in Hidden Immortal Continent, although cultivators could fly, flying boats, flying carriages, and flying demon beasts were equally important. Just like the Mahis clan and Gongshu clan, the ships built by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas were also the best among all the ships. In particular, the ships built by the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas had the mark of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Ordinary sea beasts didn't dare to make things too difficult for them when they galloped in the sea. Moreover, the patrolling soldiers of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas also had some preferential treatment. Therefore, many human race beings and demon race beings were willing to spend a lot of money to bid for the ships of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Xian Kong pushed the images of the ships in front of him one by one and began to bid. The price of this ship was not the slightest bit cheaper than the previous demon core. However, looking at the crowd of demon race beings rushing like ducks, Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he opened his mouth to bid. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, once he opened his mouth, the immortal emissary who was suspected to be from the Immortal Palace immediately bid. Every time he bid, his price would always be higher than Xiaohua's. Damn it! Xiaohua cussed in his heart. This was clearly a troublemaker. Moreover, this immortal emissary had countless primordial stones in his pouch. If he wanted to bid for something in the future, it would be even more difficult. However, Xiaohua was not inexperienced in facing this kind of trouble. He slowly increased the price, bit by bit. In the end, he actually increased the price of the ship to a level that even the demon race beings were shocked. All the demon race beings shut their mouths, waiting to see how the two would end this. This old man bid 6,300,000 sea crystals for this ship. Xiaohua said with a smile, if this immortal friend really wants it, then add a bit more. This old man won't lower himself to the same level as others. Don't you even know the basic etiquette of Confucian cultivators? You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. That person was obviously so angry that he jumped up and shouted, I bid 6,310,000 sea crystals. This old man means what he says. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. This ship is yours. Xiaohua very indifferently flicked his sleeves and replied casually. You. That person obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to really retreat. He shouted a few times helplessly. However, when the demon race beings saw the internal strife of the human race beings, they all cheered and watched the show. Xian Kong also laughed in the distance. After all, with such an episode happening, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became even better. Xiaohua didn't bid for the following ships. The demon race beings and the human race beings already understood that Xiaohua didn't plan to bid for the ship. After bidding for the ship, it was the materials to build the ship. Xiaohua heard that the iron palm wood was among them. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that in addition to the iron palm wood, many of the materials to build the ship could be used to build the thunderboat. Xiaohua almost didn't even think about it and started bidding. As soon as Xiaohua opened his mouth, Xian Kong laughed. Other demon race beings might not care, but Xian Kong knew that Xiaohua had already bid for a cosmos ring containing refining materials. The materials inside that cosmos ring were completely different from the materials used to build the ship. Since Xiaohua liked the previous materials, he might not care about the current ones. Now that Xiaohua started bidding again, it was obvious that he wanted to provoke the other human race being. Sure enough, following the laughter of the demon race beings, the human race cultivator also started to take it seriously. Even when the two were bidding, a few demon race beings also took the opportunity to add a few words, as if they were joining in the fun. After a few rounds of bidding, Xueqi seemed to have some misgivings. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Fellow immortal, please. Just like before, this old man has to tell you that this is the last time this old man will bid. If you like it, you can increase the price. This old man is a gentleman and will only do things that help others achieve their goals."
This.
Xueqi's words made the human race cultivator hesitate. He had just been cheated by Xueqi. This time, he originally wanted to make a comeback, but the price of the sea crystals clearly wasn't enough to satisfy him. If Xueqi wanted to bid for these materials, he shouldn't have stopped at this time. However, if Xueqi didn't want to bid for these materials, Xueqi shouldn't have said anything. The human race cultivator thought for a moment and raised his hand to bid again. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was suddenly startled. At this crucial moment, the human race cultivator suddenly remembered the first thing Xueqi bid for. Like Xueqi, the human race cultivator also thought of the cosmos ring that Xueqi bid for. However, his thoughts were different from Xueqi's. It seems that this guy wants to build a ship? In other words, the ship he bid for just now wasn't necessarily fake. It's just that I obstructed him and he didn't succeed. Perhaps he wants to build a ship to go out to sea, or perhaps he wants to sell it. How can this ship be built with the strength of a single person? It's hard for me to find this guy's origin, but if it's someone who can build a ship, there really aren't many in the hidden immortal continent. As long as he really wants to bid for the materials of the ship, I will naturally know his origin. Even if he doesn't want to build a ship to go out to sea, but wants to sell it, who can build a ship that can compare with the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? What's the value of the ship he builds? After he finished thinking, the human race cultivator smiled and said, "Since it's like this, a gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. I'll give this thing to fellow immortal." Seeing the human race cultivator raise his hand, Xueqi's heart thumped. He cursed inwardly. However, after hearing the human race cultivator's words, Xueqi was very happy. However, he pretended to jump up and shouted, "What? You really don't want to bid? You won't regret it?" Haha. All the demon race cultivators laughed loudly. It was all because Xueqi tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. He was teased by another human. Only the human race cultivator sneered and said, "I've already been fooled once, how can I be fooled again?"
All right.
Xueqi was overjoyed. He said helplessly, These materials, I want them." Xueqi sent the materials over with a smile. Xueqi bitterly took the corresponding origin stones and placed them on the water pillar. He sat down on the chair somewhat dejectedly. Others naturally couldn't see Xueqi's appearance, but they could still hear Xueqi's voice. That voice of regret was also very obvious. "Humph, keep pretending." The human race cultivator sneered. After a few more rounds of bidding, Xueqi also opened his mouth. He didn't relax, and the human race cultivator followed suit. However, Xueqi didn't bid too much, and the human race cultivator also stopped when they were ahead. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They only made use of the gaps in the demon race's bidding, and neither of them revealed any flaws. After bidding for the materials, Xueqi clapped his hands, and all the lights and shadows disappeared. Then, dozens of beautiful women dressed in light muslin swam out from the walls. These beauties all had the body of a human and the tail of a fish. Their pure white breasts were covered by palm-sized shells. That touch of darkness was reflected in the pure white curves, and it really attracted the gazes of countless male demon race cultivators. "Thank you for your support, fellow immortals." A cunning light appeared in Xueqi's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Right now, we're bidding for the magic treasures used by Taoist cultivators, the imperial artifacts used by Confucian cultivators, the Buddhist artifacts used by arhats of the Buddhist sects, and the demonic artifacts used by demon experts. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the quality of these magic tools first. After that, this old man will begin to bid for them one by one." Chapter 39-26. In just a moment, the price of the Samsara drum had reached 5.7 million, which was similar to the price of the Buddhist treasure from before. At this time, the demon race was already exhausted. Only 2 or 3 scattered bids could be heard from above. 6 million. Xueqi suddenly opened his mouth. All the demon race's spirits were shaken, and they almost reflexively looked in another direction. 1 million. This time that person learned his lesson. He no longer increased the price by 1 million, but only by 100,000. When these two humans opened their mouths, the other demon race knew that they had no chance, so they simply began to watch the show. 2 million. Xueqi casually said. 3 million. 4 million. 5 million. The two people increased the price bit by bit. It was somewhat different from before. As that person increased the price, he muttered in his heart. He couldn't figure out whether Xueqi wanted this Buddhist treasure or was provoking him again. 4 million. Xueqi shouted without hesitation. Could it be that this guy is a Buddhist monk? This seems impossible. That person looked at Xueqi's unclear face and guessed with his head lowered. However, Shen Kong didn't miss the opportunity to shout. 4 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 8 million. That person hurriedly said. However, just as he opened his mouth, he regretted it. This time, he increased the price a bit too much. He was afraid that he would be tricked by Xueqi again. Sure enough, Xueqi smacked his lips again. This soft sound passed into that person's ears. That person's heart slightly trembled, and he felt somewhat cold. He felt that he had been tricked again. Since we're here, it's time for us to decide the winner. Fellow immortal, this old man bids 1 million. If you increase the price again, this Buddhist treasure will be yours. Xueqi said as usual. This old man has always been the one to help others achieve their goal. Good. That person immediately relaxed and shouted. Just as he was about to give up, he was suddenly shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xueqi. He hurriedly said, Good. Then this old man bids 9 million. If you want to help others achieve their goal, then give up. Boom. The crowd of demon race once again exploded. Motherfucker. Is this guy crazy? How many times have you been fooled? Why are you still being fooled? This guy isn't sick, he's just brainless. This bastard isn't brainless. His brain has been damaged by his anger. You're wrong. This fellow's brain isn't damaged. He was drugged by old Shen. With old Shen's looks, how could he drug him? I heard humans have different hobbies. Maybe he likes old tortoise? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Although that person's face couldn't be seen clearly, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring straight at Xueqi, like a gambler who had lost a bet. Just when the group of demons thought that Xueqi would not bid anymore, Xueqi actually opened his mouth, sigh, as the saying goes, once and twice, but not thrice. This old man has deceived fellow immortal twice before, causing fellow immortal to take out so many sea crystals for nothing. This old man is truly apologetic. There is a saying in the ancient times, there is nothing greater than acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them. This time, this old man will not deceive you again. 10 million sea crystals. When Xueqi's words fell into that person's ears, that person almost spat out blood. Xueqi had boasted many times that he was a person who helped others achieve their goals, but it turned out that those things were not what he wanted. Now that he saw what he wanted, he began to go back on his words. Moreover, he was so blatantly and righteously remorseful. How could that person not be angered to death? Most of the demons couldn't react to the human's words. It was clean, bright, and magnificent. In the Buddhist light, there was a celestial sitting around the mountain. Their faces were filled with peace and benevolence. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the heavenly Tao. Next to the heavenly Tao's axes were engraved with 4 people wearing crowns and robes. They were standing while holding an object. Under the feet of these 4 people, there were mountains, rivers, and all kinds of people clearly visible. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the Tao of Heaven. Next to the Tao of Heaven's axes were engraved with a 3-headed, 6-armed figure holding various kinds of weapons. This figure was like a human but not a human, like a god but not a god. Under this figure, there was a monstrous wave of blood, boundless slaughter everywhere. This was one of the Buddhist sect's 6 axes, the Asura Path. Next to the Asura Path's axes were engraved with the pitch-black gate of hell. A horse-faced jailer was about to throw a sinner into a pot of boiling oil. In addition to the horse-faced jailer and the frying pan, there were 18 layers of hell, where all the sufferings gathered. It was the hell path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. In the axle of the hell path, there was an engraving of a hungry ghost holding a person and biting the person's head. The person's head was burned by fierce fire and was about to be burned to ashes. It was the hungry ghost path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. And in the outermost axle of the wheel, there was an engraving of a lion, an ox, and a horse that were being driven by people and eating each other. Under these eye-catching diagrams, there were many animals either biting, paralyzed, or dying. It was the animal path of the Buddhist sect's 6 paths. Well, it really looks like the Buddhist sect's 6 paths of reincarnation. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with starlight, as if he could see the inside of the wheel. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, the Buddhist sect's 6 paths of reincarnation is not so simple. The 6 paths should be intertwined with each other and have their own reincarnation. I'm afraid that when the North Sea Dragon Palace saw the appearance of this Buddhist artifact, they would understand that the Buddhist artifact's 6 paths of reincarnation diagram is known but not the reason. It's impossible for it to be contaminated with the Bodhi Buddha's light of Mahavairakana world venerable, who became a Buddha." Chapter 39-27. Xiao Hua rotated the wheel with his finger. As the wheel rotated, a faint Buddhist light was emitted from it. At the same time, a faint sound of chanting could be heard. It was even more Buddhist than an ordinary Buddhist instrument. Xiao Hua looked at the Buddhist instrument and secretly laughed. "I have already succeeded in soul cultivation, but I don't have any suitable soul instrument or soul technique to use. If these tens of millions of top-grade primordial stones can be exchanged for a soul instrument that can kill people, that would be great. However, since it's a soul instrument, it should still be wielded by a soul cultivator friend." After saying that, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and he was already outside the mysterious cloud. At this time, the mysterious cloud was different from the previous one. Although the previous mysterious cloud had begun to condense and the cloud threads began to stabilize, in the end, it didn't take shape. Last time, under the attack of the Hell Judge's soul chain, it even showed signs of collapse. But at this time, the mysterious cloud could no longer be called a cloud. The whole cloud had completely condensed, and the whole body was sparkling and translucent. However, within this sparkling and translucent cloud, there were layers of cloud-shaped crystals in a scattered state. The heavenly patterns and earth deeds that were previously engraved outside the mysterious cloud had deeply integrated into the crystal. Moreover, where Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the crystal of the mysterious cloud, there was a colorful brilliance outside the crystal like a small world. He almost felt like he couldn't take his eyes away from it. The soul cultivation realm is unpredictable. It's just the wizard realm, and the mysterious cloud has such changes. Even I can't see through it. If it's cultivated to the extreme, what will it be like? Xiao Hua sighed and stepped on the mysterious cloud. Kacha! A dense layer of 3 corpses in thunder was produced from the surface of the crystal like a violent storm. Xiao Hua didn't see how the 3 corpses in thunder moved. When the 3 corpses in thunder fell 3 inches away from Xiao Hua, it turned into a circle of whirlpools. In this whirlpool, a cloud-shaped passage was born. "Haha, fellow Taoist has come? Please." Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's cheerful voice rang out from the passage. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked up at the mysterious crystal cloud, which seemed to contain heavenly might, and the 3 corpses in lightning that had disappeared. In his heart, he knew that this was the mysterious cloud's own defense. It wasn't that it had some sort of divine ability to stop the attack, but rather that it had voluntarily retracted the attack because it shared the same origin as Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, quickly come and take a look." Little White Dragon urged from within the passage. "Hee, all right." Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded and stepped into the passage. Just like the teleportation passage, Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared amidst the billowing dark clouds. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard from the sea. The little white dragon's body, which was several thousand feet long, soared into the sky. The dragon's body was covered with blood vessels, and it was no longer in the form of a translucent soul. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the blue sea and saw that the tens of millions of soul strands had now turned into liquid. These liquid soul strands were filled with the water of the yellow springs, and the entire blue sea was mixed with countless blood-red strands. These strands of blood-red strands looked like fish swimming in the blue waves. Looking at the sky above the soul formation sky, the Sorcerer's Codex was like a bright moon, emitting a dark green luster. Within each strand of light, countless green seal characters flashed. The brilliance of the Sorcerer's Codex illuminated the entire soul formation sky. Layers upon layers of mountains and rivers appeared extremely clearly, and within these drawings, the men plowing and the women weaving also appeared alive. What was special was that after layers upon layers of mountains and rivers were born, layers upon layers of pitch-black hell were born. In the pitch-black darkness, the tragic scenes of the 18 layers of hell flashed one after another. It was the hell of tongue-pulling, the hell of scissors, the hell of tree of iron, the hell of mirror of retribution, the fellow Taoist steamer, the hell of bronze pillars, the hell of knife mountain, the hell of ice mountain, the hell of frying pan, the hell of cow pit, the hell of stone pressure, the hell of blood pond, the hell of wrongful death, the hell of dismemberment, the hell of volcano, the hell of stone grinding, or the hell of knife saw. The tragic scenes of the 18 layers of hell were extremely vivid. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in salute. Jade Archive Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the strange scene of the soul formation sky and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua was no longer several zhang tall like a god from before. Instead, he had become the same size as Jade Archive Xiao Hua. His originally somewhat illusory body had completely solidified. What was special was that the rolling green seal characters in his eyes had already disappeared. Except for the occasional green light that overflowed, his black and white eyes were no different from Jade Archive Xiao Hua's. Of course, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's clothes were still the same, but there was an inexplicable crown on his head. This crown was not clear, it seemed to be square and hexagonal. However, a kind of surging aura that made Jade Archive Xiao Hua feel terrified came out of the crown. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for your great progress in cultivation. Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand to return the salute. Hee, congratulations to you too. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's laughter matched his facial expression very well. He was no different from a real person. Congratulations to Xiao Hua for your great progress in cultivation. Little white dragons circled around in the air, soul threads dancing around his body. He instantly transformed into a human figure identical to Xiao Hua and cupped his hands with a smile. His voice was actually the same as Xiao Hua's. Jade Archive Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Why is Little White so naughty? Why does he have to transform into I?" Little White stroked his chin and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. He smiled and said, "There's no other reason. I like it." Jade Archive Xiao Hua almost fell over. He could only put his hand to his forehead and say, "Whatever. Xiao Hua, how's the matter of my body molding coming along? I remember you saying that you had some ideas last time." Little White hurriedly asked before Jade Archive Xiao Hua could say anything. Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I did have some ideas, but for some reason, I couldn't make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it this time. I'll contact Jiang Che of the Heavenly Paradise River in the future." It's fine. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, understood Xiao Hua's hard work and smiled. "I got some good fortune in your soul formation. Don't be too anxious. Don't you Tao cultivators talk about fate? Perhaps I won't have the chance to condense my body. And it's good that you have this thought." Xiao Hua nodded. According to Jiang Che, if you want to form a dragon body, you have to use the dragon cleansing pool of the Dragon Island. And the Dragon Island. We have no relationship with the Dragon Island at all. How can they let us use it so casually? So we can only act according to circumstances. I naturally understand the difficulty of forming a body. To be honest, with my current memories, forming a body is extremely difficult even in the 10,000 demon realm. So you don't have to worry. If I can't form a body, I'll stay here for the rest of my life." Little White comforted Jade Archive Xiao Hua. Jade Archive Xiao Hua was speechless. Little White Dragon's soul could stay in his mysterious cloud for the rest of his life. He didn't care, But what about him? How could he let him stay here forever? I wonder why fellow Taoist came here today? Soul Cultivator Xueqi covered his mouth and asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xueqi ignored Little White and said to Soul Cultivator Xueqi with a smile, I came to find fellow Taoist today because I have a happy occasion. Oh, Soul Cultivator Xueqi raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, I just had an earth-shaking change here, and now there's a happy occasion. It's really a double blessing. Haha. Seeing that Soul Cultivator Xueqi could speak so eloquently, Jade Archive Xueqi was quite happy. He waved his hand and took out the reincarnation drum from his Taoist robe. This is a soul tool. Take a look. Can it be compared with the soul falling lamp in the back earth village of Meng Mountain? Soul Cultivator Xueqi took the reincarnation drum, looked it up and down, and said with a smile, this soul tool is really exquisite. If fellow Taoist wasn't so familiar with the Buddhist scriptures, I'm afraid you would have mistaken it for a Buddhist tool. After saying that, Soul Cultivator Xueqi opened his mouth and several green seal characters flew out. These green seal characters caused a strange sound and then fell in one place, forming an even bigger green seal character. The space around this green seal character was distorted abnormally, and a soul-shaking sound was heard as the green seal character fell on the soul tool. Swoosh! Like a wind blowing on dust, the surface of the soul tool was shaved off layer by layer. The 6 paths of reincarnation quickly shrank, and the Buddhist light and the sound of chanting turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. In front of Xueqi and Jade Archive Xueqi, a 3-foot-long writing brush appeared in the air.
This.
Jade Archive Xueqi's eyes fell on the shaft of the brush. This shaft was as thick as a fist and had the same 6 paths engraved on it. However, this 6 paths of reincarnation diagram was very strange and different from the previous one. The lines of the diagram were so thin that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Furthermore, these diagrams were simple and cold to the extreme. Even Jade Archive Xueqi felt a chill run down his spine when he looked at them. However, there was something different about this brush shaft. The tip of the brush was a bright green color that was so dazzling that it looked like a budding flower. Wait! Jade Archive Xueqi suddenly thought of something and waved his hand, causing the brush to land in his hand. Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator, please come with me. However, Xueqi had just moved the Jade Archive when he stopped and laughed bitterly. I forgot that fellow Immortal Confucian Cultivator is in closed-door cultivation right now. Why is fellow Taoist looking for fellow Taoist Confucian? Soul Cultivator Xueqi asked curiously. This is clearly a soul tool. Haha. Fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator. Jade Archive Xueqi rubbed his nose and smiled. Have you ever heard fellow Taoist Confucian talk about the story of painting sage Maoyang? Of course I have. Soul Cultivator Xueqi laughed. That guy is always bored when he's not cultivating. He would always tell me about Confucian classics and anecdotes. Of course I have heard about the story of magic brush Maoyang. At this point, Soul Cultivator Xueqi suddenly understood. He looked at the brush in Jade Archive Xueqi's hand and asked curiously, could this be the magic brush Maoyang's magic brush?
This.
How is this possible? Chapter 39-28. That's right. If I guessed correctly, this is the brush used by the divine brush Maoyang. Jade Archive Xueqi nodded thoughtfully. Brush. Soul Cultivator Xueqi frowned slightly. If this brush was used by the painting Saint Maoyang, it should be an imperial item. The problem is, the reason why the painting sage Maoyang is known as the divine brush is because the paintings he makes can become real, alive. Can an imperial item have such an effect? Jade Archive Xueqi explained. Also, fellow Taoist must have heard of the story of the finishing touch, right? Of course, it's the story of Zhang Sangyao painting 4 dragons on the wall of the Anil Temple in Jinling. But he didn't add the finishing touch. Every day, touch it and it will fly away. People thought it was absurd, so they insisted on adding the finishing touch. In a flash, thunder and lightning broke the wall, and the 2 dragons soared into the sky on clouds. The 2 dragons that didn't add the finishing touch were all there. Soul Cultivator Xueqi said. Jade Archive Xueqi nodded. That's right. Zhang Senjiao's dragon painting brush was ordinary, but the finishing touch was the ya brush. So Ma Yang and Zhang Sengyao should also know about soul cultivation. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua realized something. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the ya brush in his hand and smiled bitterly. If I guessed correctly, Xiaoyu continent is originally together with the other 3 continents. Since Xiaoyu continent has millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain, it's not strange that the other 3 continents also know about soul cultivation. But, speaking up to here, Jade Archive Xiao Hua was extremely distressed. But I spent tens of millions of supreme-grade vitality stones to buy a soul tool that can kill people. But for no reason, he bought a ya brush that can add the finishing touch. What's the use of that? Wouldn't I lose a lot of money? Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Heaven and earth have spirits. Life is the right path, but life is limited. That is death. Therefore, the Tao of life and death is the head of the 3,000 Taos. In this world, there must be life before death. Death is something cultivators can control, but life is controlled by the great Tao. Now that we have the chance to control the origin of life, this is truly a joyous occasion. Fellow Taoist, why are you so dejected that you have one less way to die? Isn't this buying the casket and returning the pearl? Isn't this neglecting the essentials? Soul cultivator Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Soul cultivator Xiao Hua and placed the subbrush in his hand. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua waved the subbrush and strange sounds were heard. Strands of dark green light flashed from the subbrush and at the same time, vivid images of birds and beasts were born under the subbrush. However, as soon as these images appeared, they disappeared. They didn't become real creatures as Jade Archive Xiao Hua had expected. Say. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed. Who in this world would still think about these things? Which one of them didn't want to improve their cultivation so that they could have another way to kill? Who would still think about the source of the great Tao? The Confucian cultivators had been passed down for billions of years, but now, they had even lost the true essence of their cultivation. I just want to have one more life-saving method. It's not wrong. It doesn't matter if it's wrong or right. Left and right. He had already obtained them. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to think too much. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua raised the subbrush in his hand and smiled. The underworld magistrate has a soul hooking brush, and I have a subbrush in my hand. One dies and one lives. It's really interesting. Oh right, fellow Taoist, you trapped the underworld magistrate's clone in the inside of space. The strange thing was, even if the demonic beasts were very cooperative and looked at the human cultivator who had been singing a show with Xiao Hua, that human cultivator didn't say anything. Xiao Hua also didn't waste any effort and took a few cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators, including the high-level water escape technique of Confucian cultivators. After probing, Xiao Hua's heart was also relieved. Just now, tens of millions of top-grade primordial stones let that human cultivator vent his anger. Presumably, the future bidding wouldn't be particularly difficult, so Xiao Hua put his attention on the following Taoist cultivation methods. Sure enough, in the following Taoist cultivation methods, not only were there cultivation methods for yuanying and out-of-body cultivators, but there were also some secret techniques and magical abilities. After these, there was actually a rare gold escape technique and a high-level cultivation method. After Xiao Hua pretended to bid for a secret technique, he quietly waited for the gold escape technique. What Xiao Hua thought was that this gold escape technique actually didn't have anyone bidding for it. Helpless, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. As soon as Xiao Hua opened his mouth, the human cultivator on the opposite side spoke again, as if he was sure that Xiao Hua would bid for this gold escape technique. Xiao Hua had no choice but to pinch his nose and be led away by the human cultivator. Fortunately, the gold escape technique's starting price wasn't high, and the human cultivator seemed to be warning him more. Therefore, although this gold escape technique cost Xiao Hua some primordial stones, it was still in Xiao Hua's pocket. It's really better to squash enmity than keep it alive. When Xiao Hua handed over the gold and water escape techniques to the green-robed Xiao Hua, he sighed in his heart. Now this Xiao has gathered all 5 elements escape techniques, and the lightning escape technique has also reached the high level. These are useful for this Xiao's light escape technique. However, the wind escape technique given by the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is still at the elementary level. The wind escape technique is as rare as the gold escape technique, and the wind escape technique should exist in the demonic beasts. Let's see if I can get it in today's auction. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's good luck came to an end today. Even after all the cultivation techniques were sold out, there was still no wind escape technique to be seen. Okay, now that the cultivation technique has been sold, it's time to bid for formations, demonic formations, primordial formations, Buddhist formations, and sea maps. Xian Kong raised the walking stick in his hand, and a gust of wind swept through the entire auction hall. Within the gust of wind, various array diagrams appeared before everyone's eyes. They were either surging waves or submerged reefs on the surface of the sea. Xian Kong pointed at the dozen sea maps and said, "These are the sea maps of the forbidden seas under the jurisdiction of my North Sea Dragon Palace. They aren't too detailed, but only my North Sea Dragon Palace has the ability to draw the sea maps of these forbidden seas. Especially the 4 forbidden seas, Umo Forbidden Sea, Chunche Forbidden Sea, Fini Forbidden Sea, and Jingqing Forbidden Sea. For many years, there hasn't been any sea maps. Now, fellow immortals are lucky. My North Sea Patrol Envoy has the opportunity to enter one of these forbidden seas and draw the sea maps. If any fellow immortals are interested, you can bid. The sea maps of the 4 forbidden seas are 800,000 sea crystals each, and the other sea maps are 300,000 sea crystals each." Old Xian, a demonic beast, laughed. "What do we need these sea maps for? If you take out the sea map of your North Sea Dragon Palace, this old man is willing to exchange it for 10 million sea crystals." Hee hee. Xian Kong also laughed. "My North Sea Dragon Palace's sea map can be exchanged for 10 million sea crystals? Fellow immortal, you're joking too much. This sea map, I'll pay 300,000 sea crystals." Since the Yazi auction house was willing to take out sea maps, naturally there would be demonic beasts who needed them. As soon as Xian Kong's sea map appeared, there were demonic beasts bidding for it. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of demonic beasts bidding for it. After the normal sea maps were auctioned, it was time for the sea maps of the 4 forbidden seas. Umo Forbidden Sea, Fini Forbidden Sea, and Jingqing Forbidden Sea were all auctioned by demonic beasts. However, no one was interested in the sea map of the Chunche Forbidden Sea. Alright. Fellow immortal Xian. The Chunche Forbidden Sea is filled with ghostly whales and howls all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea accidentally passes by, it will trigger a lightning bolt. If they're lucky, even if their ship is destroyed and they're heavily injured, they can still appear from other places. If they're unlucky, they won't even be able to find a piece of their wreckage. Who would go there? Who knows if your sea map of the Chunche Forbidden Sea is real or fake? Xian Kong laughed. Of course this sea map of the Chunche Forbidden Sea is real. However, there's no detailed information on it. It's just a map drawn by the North Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy recently. How about this? This sea map costs 500,000 sea crystals. However, even if it was 500,000 sea crystals, none of the demonic beasts would waste it. This old man bids 500,000 sea crystals. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth, causing the crowd of demonic beasts to laugh. They couldn't help but look at the person opposite Xiao Hua. Although that person's lungs were about to explode from anger, he couldn't say anything. He could only squint his eyes as he looked at the sea map and ponder over Xiao Hua's intentions. It seems like this guy is preparing to bid for the formation map. He's trying to tempt me into making a move, and then he'll withdraw as soon as I open my mouth. Damn it, but what if he really wants this sea map? After thinking about it for a while, facing the gazes of countless demonic beasts, that person clenched his teeth and said, 510,000 sea crystals. Alright. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "This old man bids 600,000 sea crystals. If you raise the price again, then this old man will fulfill your wish." Haha. The crowd of demonic beasts laughed as usual, waiting for Xiao Hua to say, "There's only one more time, there's no third or fourth time." Unfortunately, faced with Xiao Hua's repeated bluffs, that person really couldn't figure out what Xiao Hua was trying to do. Thinking about how he had forced Xiao Hua to spend a lot of source stones to bid for the metal evasion technique, that person could already feel the aura of Xiao Hua's scheme. Thus, that person laughed and said, "This old man will fulfill your wish. There's no need for you to think too highly of yourself." Haha. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Then this old man thanks fellow immortal. This sea map is something this old man must obtain. After saying that, Xiaohua immediately took out some source stones and handed it over to Xian Kong. Unfortunately, no matter how happy Xiaohua was, in the eyes of that person, Xiaohua was just putting on an act. He was just trying to act as a cover for bidding for the formation map in the future. A good activity like a pie falling from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 39-29. Sure enough, after several rounds of bidding, it was the turn of a formation diagram called the 13 Buddhist Clouds Formation. The Buddhist formations of the Buddhist sect were naturally not as good as the relics of the Buddhist sect. The monster race was not interested in it, and there were not many humans who understood formations, so the previous bidding was relatively quiet. When it came to this formation diagram, no one bid, even though Xian Kong's bid was only 200,000 sea crystals. Seeing that Xian Kong was about to change the Buddhist formation to a Buddhist formation, Xiaohua suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Xian, the things in your Yazi auction house today have really opened this old man's eyes. This old man has gained a lot from you. How about this? Since no one is bidding for this Buddhist formation, this scene is too awkward. This old man will join in the fun and bid for this Buddhist formation." "Thank you, fellow immortal." Xian Kong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and the strange expression in his eyes became even stronger. Xiaohua's move was really, everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Not to mention the humans, even the monster race who never used their brains to speak and do things could see Xiaohua's thoughts. Needless to say, all the monster race naturally looked at Xiaohua in an instant. This fellow immortal is starting to get closer to fellow immortal Xian? The corners of that person's mouth rose slightly and he said indifferently, "In that case, this old man can't be left behind. This old man bids 210,000 sea crystals." "Fellow immortal, aren't you being too obvious?" Xiaohua muttered unwillingly. "This old man bids 300,000. 310,000. 400,000. 410,000. 500,000. As Xiaohua and that person bid one price after another, the heads of all the monster race and human race in the entire auction field nodded left and right like little chicks. The rhythm was uniform and quite orderly. 510,000. 600,000. 610,000. Seeing that person being so aggressive, Xiaohua was also very anxious. His tone was very angry and his whole body stood up from the chair. The speed of his bidding also increased. 900,000. 910,000. 1,000,000. 1,010,000. After that person finished announcing the price, all the humans and demons looked at Xiaohua's figure. Then, as usual, they paused at Xiaohua's position and turned to look at that person. That person also shouted 11 million. However, just as everyone and the demons turned to look at Xiaohua again, they suddenly came to a realization. Xiaohua wasn't bidding. The crowd of demons and humans came to their senses, and so did the man himself. An extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of the man's heart. He almost said angrily, Why didn't you bid? Why should this old man bid?" Xiaohua replied casually, "This old man can't outbid you, so I can only give you this incomparably precious Buddha array." You. Why aren't you?" That person was at a loss for words. He almost stuttered as he asked, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Xiaohua said with a smile, "What? Are you still waiting for this old man to say something?" Without waiting for that person to speak, the nearby demons all nodded, agreeing with Xiaohua's opinion. Didn't this old man say it already? There can only be 1 and 2 times, but not 3 and 4 times. Xiaohua said very innocently, "This old man has said so many times, how can I say it again?" That person almost vomited blood when he heard this, because Xiaohua had to say, "How many millions of sea crystals is this old man going to bid at the end? If you raise the price again, then this old man will have to fulfill your wish." In order to end it, he took it for granted that Xiaohua would say it this time, so he didn't even consider bidding with Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua's bidding speed was also extremely fast. Even if he sensed it in his heart, he didn't react. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly stop bidding? Not to mention him, even the crowd of demons who were watching the show didn't have any reaction. They even used their gazes to urge him to bid.
Ha ha.
The demons understood, and they all laughed loudly. The atmosphere of the entire Yazi auction house suddenly reached its peak. Unfortunately, this peak wasn't brought to them by bidding. It was purely formed by the invisible battle between the bidders. Xueqi also couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. A Buddhist formation of 200,000 sea crystals was bid for 1,010,000, which was 5 times the previous price. Oh, it should be 1,010,000 for no reason, because Xueqi could see that Xiaohua had no intention of bidding for this Buddhist formation. In fact, it was destined that no one would bid for this Buddhist formation. 1,010,000 sea crystals might not be much to that person, but the anger in his chest was really choking. At this time, Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Fellow immortals, I wonder if you have raised chickens when you were young? We don't have any. Some of the more outspoken demons were puzzled. What's a chicken? 2 of the humans asked, fellow Taoist, we did eat chicken when we were young, but we've never raised a chicken before. Xiaohua nodded and said with a very serious expression, and when this old man was young, he lived in a village and raised a few chickens at home. This old man was responsible for feeding them grass. When the demons heard Xiaohua's serious tone, they naturally listened attentively. Every time this old man fed the chickens, he would use chopsticks to knock on the broken bowl, and then sprinkle the grass around the broken bowl. After feeding them a few times, as long as the chickens heard the sound of this old man knocking on the bowl, they would run over. This old man didn't even need to call them. Xiaohua said, however, once this old man was lazy and didn't gather grass. When it was time to feed the chickens, this old man was afraid of being spanked by my parents, so as long as I knocked on the bowl again, there was no grass around the broken bowl. However, those chickens still ran over. Fellow immortals, what breed of chickens do you think this old man raised at home? The demons were dumbfounded. Xiaohua's question clearly had nothing to do with this story. They really didn't know how to answer. Several human cultivators also asked curiously, fellow immortal, what breed of chickens do you have? Stupid chicken. Xiaohua replied resolutely and decisively, and then sat down calmly. Ha 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 ha. Not to mention the others and the demons, even Fu Jiwen, who was beside Xiaohua, laughed so hard that he held his stomach and said, Master, you old man are really too funny.
Is that so?
Xiaohua shrugged. This old man doesn't think so. This old man is just putting some jokes on other people's pain. Especially those who like the nascent souls of Taoist cultivators. As he said this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the human cultivators in the distance who didn't seem to be very clear. The demons naturally reacted slowly. After a while, they started laughing. This laughter lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Xiaohua's story sounded very ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, it would definitely be interesting. The more the demons thought about it, the more interesting it became. For a moment, they actually couldn't stop laughing. Xueqi laughed for a while and sent the Buddhist formation to that person. That person helplessly took out 1,010,000 sea crystals and put the Buddhist formation away. Fellow immortals. Xueqi coughed a few times. His voice was like thunder, and it finally suppressed the laughter of the demons. The bidding for the Buddhist formation has ended. Next is the demonic formation. Actually, according to the order, the Buddhist formation would be followed by the formation and the origin formation. This Xueqi was also a clever person. How could he not know how to take advantage of the situation? He hurriedly placed the demonic formation in front of him. Needless to say, the bidding that followed was very intense. It was really rare to see such a scene in an ordinary auction. Not only were the demons bidding loudly, but they were also shouting "stupid chicken" loudly. Their satisfaction was self-evident. Xiaohua sat there lazily. What formation, demonic formation, Buddhist formation, and origin formation? How could they enter his eyes? The innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace was enough for him to comprehend for a lifetime. He didn't have any reason to spend origin stones on it. The human cultivator who bid against Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Hua, quietly waiting for him to bid again. Unfortunately, while he was waiting, the bidding for the formation had already ended. Fellow immortals. Xian Kong smiled and spoke again. Now it's time for the final round of the auction. However, before he could finish speaking, a small swordfish suddenly swam over from a corner of the auction house and landed in front of Xian Kong. When Xian Kong saw the swordfish, he raised his head slightly and glanced in Xiao Hua's direction. Xiao Hua straightened his back. He understood that the swordfish had brought news of his soul-nourishing pill. Sure enough, Xian Kong took the swordfish and held it in his hand for a moment. The swordfish turned into demon runes and landed on the back of his hand. Xian Kong nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fellow immortals, the nascent soul that was previously put on hold can now be auctioned. However, in view of the confidentiality of this fellow immortals transaction, the Yazi auction house won't announce the specific details. Please understand, fellow immortals." Wait. The demons didn't say anything, but that person stood up and said, "What? Fellow immortal, do you have any objections?" Xian Kong wasn't surprised and asked with a smile. That person said, "No matter what this fellow immortal offers the North Sea Dragon Palace, this old man can also offer it. Moreover, I can offer 10% more to the North Sea Dragon Palace." Boom! The group of demons were elated once more. This human was way too cocky. In fact, some of the demons even laughed out. "Fellow immortal, have you been angered to the point of losing your mind? Why are you so arrogant?" "That's right. Fellow immortal, your words are too arrogant," Xian Kong said disapprovingly. That person took out an item from his bosom and was about to give it to Xian Kong. However, he hesitated slightly and took out a heaven and earth bangle. He put the item into the heaven and earth bangle and smiled as he handed the heaven and earth bangle to Xian Kong. He said, "I'm speaking with this item. I don't know if it's trustworthy." Xian Kong seemed to be lost in thought as he received the world bracelet, and then he glanced at it before a wave of surprise and solemnity appeared on his face. He thought for a moment before he laughed bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I'm unable to make the decision in this matter. A good activity where a pie falls from the sky. A cool phone awaits you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account immediately." Chapter 39:30. Oh. After hearing Xian Kong's words, Xiao Hua was naturally even more certain that this person was an immortal emissary from the Immortal Palace. However, the crowd of demons was somewhat surprised. All the demons' heads habitually looked towards that person. Of course, this time they were not urging that person to bid. As he spoke, Xian Kong pointed his hand and a wave appeared out of thin air. Xian Kong placed the heaven and earth bracelet on top of the wave. That wave swirled in the air and disappeared. "My apologies, fellow immortals. Please wait for a moment. There should be a reply soon." As Xian Kong spoke, he simply stopped hosting the auction and stood there waiting. Sure enough, in just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another swordfish swam back with a heaven and earth bracelet in its mouth. All the demons were eagerly waiting. They all anxiously watched the swordfish land in Xian Kong's hand and quietly waited for Xian Kong's explanation. Xian Kong took the heaven and earth bracelet. The swordfish also turned into demon runes and disappeared on the back of his hand. Xian Kong did not hesitate to raise his hand to control the wave and send the heaven and earth bracelet back to that person. He said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't take what this fellow immortal offers. Therefore, my Yazi auction house will only trade with this fellow immortal." "How is that possible?" That person stood up in surprise and shouted, "How can the hidden immortal continent have something that this old man can't provide?" Although that person was cautious and did not say the two words Immortal Palace, from his tone, other than the demons who did not understand, perhaps some humans had already begun to think about it. "That's right. Fellow immortal really can't provide it," Xian Kong said and then transmitted his voice to Xiao Hua. "The soul-nourishing pill provided by fellow immortal is indeed not bad, but it hasn't reached the effect of the 4 revolutions soul-nourishing pill. Therefore, my Yazi auction house can trade with fellow immortal. But the amount, after saying that, Shen Kong also cautiously told him the number. If the immortal palace hadn't interfered, Xiao Hua might not have known the importance of his soul-nourishing pills, and he might have been bewitched by Shen Kong. However, since the immortal palace couldn't provide it, he could only compete with Yazi in this world. Therefore, Xiao Hua began to bargain without hesitation. However, after a few exchanges, Xiao Hua was defeated. After all, the Yuaning was something that Xiao Hua had to obtain. Shen Kong, who had grasped this crucial point, didn't care about Xiao Hua's tricks at all. He casually made some concessions and refused to relent. Xiao Hua had no choice but to follow Shen Kong's instructions and take out a sufficient amount of soul-nourishing pills. However, when Xiao Hua sent the souls of the 13 Yuaning into his lower dantian to nourish them, a smile appeared on his face again. Refining the soul-nourishing pill was as easy as lifting a finger for the green-robed Xiao Hua. If not for the lack of time, Xiao Hua was prepared to let the soul cultivator Xiao Hua refine the soul-nourishing pill. Presumably, the soul-nourishing pill refined by the old man would be even better than this soul-nourishing pill, right? In exchange for 13 nascent soul spirit bodies that can cultivate scattered soul, no matter how you look at it, Xiao Hua has gained a huge advantage. These are the credentials of the two distinguished guests. Shen Kong looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at the somewhat dazed person from the immortal palace. He took out 2 silver Yazi statues from his bosom, waved his hand, and gave them to the 2 people, saying, "Since the 2 immortal friends stepped out of the auction, as long as you bid in the business of my North Sea Dragon Palace, you will enjoy a certain discount." At the instant darkness enveloped it, the sound of a flute leisurely resounded from the darkness, and the clamorous auction hall hurriedly quieted down. After that, a ray of light that seemed like a dream appeared at the center of the auction hall. As the light scattered, a pure white body that seemed like a crystal appeared within the light. The body was as white as jade, and traces of red were faintly discernible within the whiteness. Moreover, a naked mermaid had appeared within the light. 1,000,000 sea crystals. Just as the entire auction hall was swallowing saliva, a faint voice broke the silence of the auction hall. The legendary throwing a brick to attract jade was probably like this. After 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000, etc., all of them were attracted. What the monsters couldn't stand the most was that whenever a monster made a bid, the mermaid would swing her tail and swim towards that monster. And when a new bid was made, the mermaid would glare at that monster with hidden bitterness and swim to another place. The entire auction hall was pitch black. The mermaid, cloaked in multicolored light, could be seen seductively swimming around above the heads of the monsters. It was as if the darkness was the sea she was swimming in. Disciple. In the darkness, Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. He transmitted his voice. "This mermaid. What's the use of bidding for it?" "That. Master, if you want to know, why don't you bid for one? Disciple doesn't have a master's wife." "Shut up," Xiao Hua scolded. "Be careful, or I'll buy one for you. Let Mo ignore you again." "Yes, master." Fu Zhiwan was well behaved, but his eyes were dishonestly sweeping over the mermaid's body. This kind of tofu, any male who had touched meat would not let it go. In the end, this lovely mermaid was bought by a monster with a price that made Xiao Hua's throat dry. Cough cough. Actually, the price was not necessarily high. The problem was that Xiao Hua's throat had been dry ever since the mermaid came out. Of course, not all monsters and humans were attracted by this extremely tempting mermaid. The immortal envoy from the immortal palace sat on the chair and used his hand to pinch his chin as he secretly pondered. No matter if it was pondering about Xiao Hua's origin or how to snatch the nascent soul from Xiao Hua's hands. Unfortunately, although the restrictions of the Yazi auction hall looked simple and didn't have any special places to hide the figures of humans or monsters, the key point was that the faces were blurred. Moreover, he also knew that after the auction, the entire auction hall would have more than 10 exits. At that time, the lights and shadows would change, and no one would know who left from where. He really wouldn't be able to find where Xiao Hua went. Perhaps. I can only go out and make arrangements in advance. The immortal envoy from the immortal palace was somewhat helpless. Although he also knew that after the auction, who knew how many monsters would leave from here? How could he possibly find traces of Xiao Hua? However, since he knew that Xiao Hua was the Buddhist sex bodhisattva, perhaps it would be of some help. There were a total of 8 mermaids who acted as fish slaves, and each of them bid an extremely high price. Among these 8 mermaids, there were also some rare and valiant demonic beasts. However, those were just decorations and couldn't even be considered as green leaves. When the last mermaid fell into the arms of a monster, the entire auction hall was filled with light. Xian Kong flew out from the center of the auction hall and said with a smile, "Many thanks for your support, fellow immortals. Tonight's auction is over. Next will be the Yazi Battle Hall's Battle Hall. Fellow immortals are welcome to participate. If you don't want to participate, you can leave when the demonic formation in the auction hall changes. Fellow immortals, please don't worry. The changes in the demonic formation will completely conceal your whereabouts. No one will know where you will leave from. Fellow immortals who don't want to leave, please don't worry. Your seats will also change when the demonic formation changes. No one will know where you will sit in a while." After saying that, Xian Kong nodded a few times. He raised his hands and cupped them before his figure disappeared. Looking back at the auction ground that was originally as smooth as flowing water, there were some changes slowly taking place in the center of the auction ground. Several holes with fences appeared on the 4 walls. Every fence had a water blue brilliance on it, blocking the yuan senses and vision of the demons. However, from the holes, a series of deafening roars came out. Hearing that the auction had ended, Xiao Hua stood up. However, when he heard Xian Kong mention the wrestling competition, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of the 2 demonic beasts, the Kunli and the rhinoceros, who were fighting each other at the beginning of the auction. The fight between the 2 demonic beasts should be the so-called wrestling competition. However, Xiao Hua was thinking more than that. He clearly remembered that when he met Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye in the early years, Xiao Jian once said that Yuan Ye was picked up in a battle hall. Moreover, when he picked up Yuan Ye, he also promised the battle hall that when Yuan Ye came back to life, he would go to the battle hall to participate in a battle hall. This was the price he had to pay for taking Yuan Ye away. Although this period of time should have already passed, and Xiao Hua had not seen an arena in the hidden immortal continent for so many years, Xiao Hua had almost forgotten about it. However, the appearance of the Yazi arena once again brought back this not-so-distant memory. A good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Chapter 39-31. Xiao Hua thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Disciple, I have some things to ask Yuan Ye to come out. You go back to the Kunlun Wonderland to cultivate first." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen looked at the changing scenery around him and knew that the demon formation had been activated. It was a good opportunity for him to leave. Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness and formed a seal with his hands. He sent Fu Jiwen back to the space with a wave of his sleeve and then pulled Yuan Ye out. Xiao Hua's actions were very secretive. His current cultivation was high enough. This moment of action did not attract the attention of any demon race or even the North Sea Dragon Palace. "Master." Yuan Ye was a little stunned when he was suddenly pulled out. When he looked around, he hurriedly bowed. "No need to be so polite," Xiao Hua said. His eyes turned slightly. The mana around his body flashed and his face turned into Xiao Jian's appearance. Yuan Ye was naturally puzzled when he saw Xiao Hua's transformation. However, looking at Xiao Jian's familiar face, Yuan Ye's eyes were filled with sadness and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Disciple, don't be anxious. Wait a while and look around," Xiao Hua said in a low voice. "I remember that you came from the arena. You still owe the arena a fight. This kind of thing is karma. If you don't understand it, it might have nothing to do with your current cultivation. However, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause in the future." Yuan Ye looked around. The demon matrix was still changing, and there were also water ripples beneath him. He couldn't see anything, so he said, "Master told me about this. I had already fainted and didn't know anything. I don't know if what Master said is true." The master Yuan Ye mentioned was naturally Xiao Jian. At this time, Yuan Ye still called Xiao Jian master. This was also his nature. Xiao Hua also sighed slightly when he heard this. Whether Xiao Jian's words were true or false, only he himself knew. The karma between Yuan Ye and the arena might be made up by Xiao Jian. No matter what, just believe it for now. Xiaohua sighed. Yuanya nodded. I will listen to Master's instructions. I will return it to them. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. It's just that. This disciple doesn't know where the gladiator arena is, and I don't know how to return it to him. Hee, take a look over there. Xiaohua laughed as he raised his hand and pointed at the center of the auction hall. Hiss. Yuanya raised his head to look and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists and the veins on his arms bulged like dragons. Even his body was trembling slightly and his teeth were tightly clenched together. Where Yuanya's gaze landed, the originally flat ground was now filled with many stones. The stones were in an irregular shape. There was grass, mud, and even some sharp spikes on the ground between the stones. In addition to the stones, there was some scarlet water around the ground. Some white bones that had not been corroded floated on the water. Some bubbles appeared in the water. It looked extremely poisonous. On the left side of the holes in the walls, there were bloodstains all over. There were even some skeletons and white bones scattered on the ground. It looked very eerie. Seeing Yuanya's strange behavior, Xiaohua already understood. Even if this gladiator arena was not the gladiator arena that Yuanya used to be in, it must have some connection to that place. Master. Yuanya calmed down with great difficulty. He looked at Xiaohua and said, this gladiator arena is very similar to the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in, but it is not the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in. And Xiaohua nodded and said, sit here and take a look. Master will think about what to do. Yes, Master. Yuanya gently sat down and looked at the gladiator arena that was gradually becoming clear. He gradually became confused, cold, nostalgic, and confused. All kinds of emotions surged out like bubbles. Xiaohua paid attention to Yuanya's expression and secretly nodded. He understood that this gladiator arena was where Yuanya went after leaving the mystic Jade Dark Forest. Other than Dia Wu, this gladiator arena was probably one of Yuanya's worries. Dia Wu's worries had already been solved by Dia Wu, and the gladiator arena's worries would also be solved today. Calling Yuanya out was definitely the right decision. A moment later, all the seats became clear. The figures of the monster race and human race on the seats also began to appear. Sure enough, as Shen Kong said, the seats were completely messed up. Xiaohua had already moved to another place and was much closer to the gladiator arena. Even if Xiaohua spoke now, the celestial emissaries of the celestial palace would not be able to find him. Dong dong dong. A series of military drums sounded and a bloody color suddenly appeared in the center of the gladiator arena. The bloody color became even bigger and in a moment, it formed a ball of blood that was dozens of feet large in the air. Dong. The military drums sounded in unison, and then two large hands stretched out from the center of the blood ball. These large hands were furry and had sharp armor that flashed with a cold light. The large hands tore left and right, and the entire blood ball opened like a curtain of snow. A flood dragon wearing blood armor rushed out from within. This flood dragon's blood armor was engraved with complicated demon characters. The demon characters were covered with thick blood marks and a strong murderous aura was emitted from this blood armor. Not to mention this flood dragon's huge body, on its ferocious flood dragon face, there was a deep blood mark that cut its entire face in half. Its already terrifying face revealed a murderous aura. When the flood dragon walked out of the blood ball, the entire blood ball turned into a blood cloud and landed under the flood dragon's feet. The flood dragon raised its head and swept its cold gaze across the faces of all the monster race. Then, it cupped its hands and said, "This old man is Ao Feng from the Yazi Gladiator Arena. Greetings, fellow immortals." However, before the demon race could make a move, Ma Yingfeng said again, "Before the auction, I believe all of you have already seen the battle between Kunli and the rhinoceros. This old man can guarantee that it was merely an appetizer. The following battle will be 100 times more exciting than the previous one." Good. The monster race loudly shouted. The blood chi that they did not vent on the mermaid rushed to their heads again. Today's battle will be divided into 10 battles. Ma Yingfeng's expression did not change. He still said coldly, "Every round has 2 demon beasts, or many demon beasts fighting. Fellow immortals, you can bet on which demon beast will win based on your own judgment." Ao Feng then said a lot more. It was nothing more than how to bet, how to win, and how to get the sea crystals that you won. However, Xueqi did not hear any of this. He was thinking about how to negotiate with the Yazi Gladiator Arena about Yuan Ya. In the end, Ao Feng said, the corpse of the defeated monster will be the same as the previous auction. Fellow immortals who are interested can bid. As for the winning monster, if any fellow immortals are not satisfied, they can also come out and challenge. However, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will not be responsible for the life and death of the fellow immortals. Of course, if fellow immortals win, then fellow immortals can take away 70% of the bets that fellow immortals have placed on fellow immortals. Damn it, the last time I saw a bear spirit, he earned 2 million sea crystals. That bear spirit wasn't beaten down by a demonic beast, but was beaten down by sea crystals. A demonic beast with a loud voice shouted, "Today, I want a challenge too." Good, if fellow immortals are interested, you can go to the side door to register now. Because there are only 10 matches, only 10 immortal friends can participate in the matches tonight. Just as Ma Yingfeng finished speaking, several whirlwinds appeared and several demons flew towards the side door that was shining with light. See, hearing that there were so many benefits to challenging, Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. Could it be? This is Xiao Jian's lie? He said there was a battle with the arena. Could it be that he wants to earn primeval stones? Is he trying to deceive Yuanya? Damn it, don't push, don't push. Xueqi looked over. In just an instant, there were already dozens of large monsters piled up at the side door. A few monsters were squeezed in the middle and shouted. Ao Feng glanced at them and said, however, fellow immortals who are preparing for the battle, please pay attention. In my Yazi Gladiator Arena, no demonic techniques can be used. As long as you enter the arena, all of your cultivation will be restricted. All of your fights will have to rely on your body. Also, my Yazi Gladiator Arena divides the monster race into 8 levels. If fellow immortal's body is stronger than the monster race, then you can only be restricted again until your body reaches the same level. Ah! Why didn't you say so earlier? When the demon clan members who were huddled together heard this, they were all shocked. Of course, their physical bodies were strong, but they were still inferior to Kuan Lai and the male rhinoceros in the arena. Moreover, Ma Jinfeng's last words had killed off the idea of some monster race cultivators who wanted to rely on their bodies that had been tempered for countless years to bully monster beasts. Fellow immortals, go back to your seats and think about it. It won't be too late to make a decision after the battle starts. Ao Feng did not miss the opportunity to say. Since there was a way out, the dozens of demons naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Ao Feng didn't delay and pointed at the bloody walls and said, fellow immortals, today's first battle is Ku Pai against Zhan Hong. Dong dong dong. Following the beating of the war drums, dark green demonic clouds emerged from the 2 holes. Furious roars resounded throughout the entire arena. Then, 2 huge cages flew out from the holes. The cages were made of thick ice pillars. There was a layer of demonic runes on the pillars. Looking inside the cages, one was the huge Ku Pai and the other was the bad-tempered Zhan Hong. Ku Pai was close to 100 feet in size. Its 4 legs were as solid as stone pillars. On its back, there were 4 layers of scales that looked like iron sheets. The edges of each scale were extremely sharp. Ku Pai's head was like a snake's head. On its huge head, there was a 1-meter-long spike. At this moment, Ku Pai was lazily standing in the cage. Its snake-like head peeked out of the cage and its dark eyes looked around. Zhan Hong was a square-shaped monster. Its body was covered in scales, and its head, which had almost no neck, was hexagonal. There was a sharp mane at the junction of each side, and the mane was flashing with a blue luster. At this moment, Zhan Hong was not as calm as Ku Pai. Instead, it roared and slammed into the ice pillars of the cage. Every time it slammed into the ice pillars, the demonic runes on them flashed rapidly. What a good event for a pie in the sky. Cool phones waiting for you. Chapter 39-32. Fellow immortals, you can place your bets and see which demonic beast will win. Ma Yingfeng urged the blood-red demonic cloud and flew to the left of the 2 cages. He took out a steel spear from his heaven and earth bracelet and waved it. The 2 cages flew out of the arena and floated in front of the eyes of the entire demon race and human race so that the demons could see clearly. Come, disciple, follow your master. Regardless of whether there is one or not, we still have to confirm it first. Xueqi looked at the cages flying around and felt disgust in his heart. He stood up and said while walking towards the side door. Yes, Yuanya responded and stood up to follow him. Walking to the side door, there was a shrimp soldier standing there bored to death. Seeing the two humans coming over, he pointed the halberd in his hand and said, Humans, stop. This is the arena's forbidden area. Humans are not allowed to enter. This old man's disciple wants to challenge a demonic beast. Xueqi looked at the halberd and said indifferently without stopping his steps. Ah? You want to challenge a demonic beast? That shrimp soldier was stunned. He had never heard of a human challenging a demonic beast in the arena. That's right. Xueqi nodded. However, the demonic beast my disciple wants to challenge might not be the one in the arena. You may not be able to make the decision on this matter. Call the manager over. Hee hee. That shrimp soldier laughed nastily and said, This old man has seen a lot of people, but I have never seen a person who wants to court death so much. This old man is responsible for registering the demonic beasts that want to challenge. If your disciple wants to challenge, he can do so. If he doesn't want to challenge, he can also scram. As for finding a manager, do you humans think you have the qualifications? How dare you? Xueqi's eyes flashed with a cold light. That shrimp soldier suddenly felt an aura that was even more vast than the waves coming from Xueqi's body. Moreover, this aura seemed to have grown sharp teeth and bit out his fear in an instant. Ah! The shrimp soldier was horrified, and the halberd in his hand fell to the ground. His body trembled as he quickly retreated. Humph! Xueqi coldly snorted, withdrew his pressure and coldly said, Damn thing, why aren't you calling out the person in charge? Yes, I'll go now. That shrimp soldier didn't even care about his halberd as he hurriedly ran over. In just a short moment, Xueqi actually flew out from inside. He looked at Xueqi with a frown and said, Fellow immortal, if you want to fight, you can register. Why do you need me to come out? Fellow immortal Xian. I am Xiao Jian. Xueqi cupped his hands and said with a smile, This auction allowed me to witness fellow immortal's elegance. Although I didn't bid for anything, fellow immortal left a deep impression on me. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person. Even though Xueqi frowned when he heard Xueqi speak like this, he couldn't bring himself to flare up, so he could only nod and say, Fellow immortal, feel free to speak your mind. Oh, it's like this. Xueqi told him about Abyss Cliff, and then he said in the end, Even though I remember this agreement with the arena, I've always been drifting outside all these years, and I didn't have the time to return. When I saw the Yazi arena tonight, I thought of this, so I came to look for fellow immortal Xian. Is that arena the North Sea Dragon Palace's arena? If this disciple of mine is at the Yazi arena, can he fulfill the agreement as well? I see. Xueqi nodded when he heard this and said, My Northern Sea Dragon Palace has the Chonyo Arena, Yanzi Arena, Baigan Arena, Paleo Arena, Taotai Arena, Baxia Arena, Baigan Arena, Fuban Arena, and Qian Arena within the 9 prefectures of Hidden Immortal Continent. If what fellow immortal said is true, then it's one of the other 8 arenas. Could it be that there aren't any other arenas on Hidden Immortal Continent? Xueqi asked curiously. Xueqi nodded and said proudly, That's right. Since my North Sea Dragon Palace wants to build an arena, how can any other demon race or human race build an arena? As he spoke, Xueqi looked at Xueqi from top to bottom, and then looked at Abyss Cliff, and said meaningfully, It seems that fellow immortal is a man of his word. You still remember the promise you made with my North Sea Dragon Palace. In this way, you've profited from a disaster. This old man has made the decision to temporarily exempt the 2 of you from the 10,000 kill order. Similarly, according to the previous agreement, this Do Nu must have his final battle in my Yazi arena. As long as he wins, this old man can remove the Do slave seal from my North Sea Dragon Palace. He can then leave this place safely and regain his freedom. 10,000 kill order? Warrior slave seal? Xueqi was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets. Moreover, Abyss Cliff had been following Xiao Jian, so Xueqi didn't carefully investigate whether there were any restrictions in Abyss Cliff's body. However, Xueqi also believed that even if he really did investigate, with the methods of the North Sea Dragon Palace, he definitely wouldn't find anything strange. Xian Kong said proudly, of course. Fellow immortal, do you think it's so easy to get out of my North Sea Dragon Palace's arena? If it weren't for the warrior slave seal, how could the dragon generals of other arenas dare to easily release the warrior slave recorded in the battle strategy? Fellow immortal, did you hear? Xian Kong looked up at Xiao Hua and said, Basha's warrior slave seal won't be removed as long as he doesn't die. Therefore, fellow immortal coming to my Yazi arena today was the most correct choice. Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal. Xiao Hua's smile was so wretched that it was no different from Xiao Jian's. Xian Kong looked at Yuanya and said, Basha, come with me.
Yes.
Yuanya replied expressionlessly.
That.
Xiao Hua smiled and said, Fellow immortal Xian, I wonder how my disciple will fight? Can you tell I a little bit? Xian Kong was a bit impatient and said indifferently, It's just a level 4 gladiator beast. This old man will arrange a level 4 gladiator beast to fight with him. I won't make things too difficult for him. Yes, Xiao Hua nodded and asked carefully. Then can he use weapons? Of course he can't use weapons. Even Dao sect cultivation methods can't. Xian Kong waved his hand and said, Before entering the arena, a demon general will seal his lower dantian. Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal Xian. Xiao Hua smiled and said again. Then, he patted Yuanya and said, Disciple, the happiness of the rest of Master's life is in your hands. In a while, Master will bet more on you.
Yes.
Yuanya hated Xiao Jian's appearance. Although he knew that this was Xiao Hua, he still replied indifferently. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't be at ease with Xian Kong taking Yuanya away like this. Instead, he secretly placed a strand of soul consciousness on Yuanya's body. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, Xiao Hua was still worried and pulled the green-robed Xiao Hua out of the space. He had him control the formless nascent soul and follow behind Yuanya. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Chapter 39-33. When Xiao Hua returned to the arena and sat back in his seat, he could no longer sense that strand of soul consciousness. The North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array restriction had indeed exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. However, with the green-robed Xiao Hua by Yuanya's side, Xiao Hua was not afraid of any special accidents. When Xiao Hua sat down, the battle between Ku Pai and Zhan Hong was nearing its end. The 2 demonic beasts were covered in wounds and blood. However, for the sake of survival, they continued to roar and pounce at each other. Every time they attacked, the 2 demonic beasts would spill a lot of blood and flesh from their bodies. Such a bloody battle. No wonder Yuanya doesn't want to remember it. In this cruel battle arena, he doesn't even have a name. Xiao Hua looked at the bloody battle and thought to himself, Basha 4, 7, 8, 8, 6, 9, 8, 6, 9, which is the Basha Gladiator Arena. Furthermore, it's a level 4 gladiator beast. Zhan Hong was like a small mountain, fiercely charging at Ku Pai. Ku Pai stretched out his head and bit Zhan Hong's back. Even his sharp thorns tore off large chunks of Zhan Hong's flesh. However, Zhan Hong stubbornly held on to Ku Pai's heart. Boom! A loud sound sent Ku Pai crashing into the wall of the arena. The entire arena seemed to be shaking. Ku Pai struggled for a moment before finally lowering his unyielding head. Boom! All the beasts were excited. The screams and roars from before became louder and louder. Perhaps it was because they won the bet, or perhaps it was because of the excitement. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He sat on his seat and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Fellow immortal, do you feel that it's a bit bloody? Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes. His consciousness entered his body and saw that the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was already standing in his middle dantian with a smile on his face. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua from before didn't have the same outstanding appearance as before. All the sword chi and sword forms had disappeared. Only the pages of his book remained. Inscriptions of armor flashed in his eyes. The aura of the inscriptions of armor was far stronger than that of ordinary scholarly cultivators. However, the current Confucian cultivator Xueqi was no different from an ordinary Confucian scholar. He wore a light cyan Confucian robe, and his refined temperament was revealed from his clear black and white eyes. That upright and plain-spoken aura could only be faintly seen between his brows. As for the sharp sword from before, it was still hanging at his waist. The scabbard was also gone. However, the sword didn't have any sword chi. It looked no different from an ordinary sword. Fellow immortal. Fellow immortal. Jade Archive Xueqi cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect fellow immortal to enter the state of concealing his divine splendor in just a few days. Of course, of course. The Confucian cultivator Xueqi lightly returned the greeting. Before I started cultivating as a Confucian cultivator, I was originally residing within sword intent. My understanding of sword intent and sword chi has already penetrated deep into my bones. Although the sword intent of Cast Emotion Mountain was formed by heaven and earth, in my eyes, it was just a shocking sword strike. Fellow immortal, you've already comprehended this heaven sword. Now that I've entered seclusion to comprehend it, it's a matter of course. Of course, the comprehension of the heaven earth sword is far from something we can achieve in one go. I still have a long way to go. The sword Tao is also the Confucian Tao, and it's also the heavenly Tao. I've obtained the soul of heaven and the soul of the earth. I've obtained the true essence of scholarly cultivation. My current cultivation has reached a higher level. This is what we should celebrate. Indeed. Jade Xueqi nodded with a smile. With a calm heart, all things will not perish. With a clear heart, there won't be a speck of dust. Monk Subhoodie has been in seclusion for so long, yet he still hasn't come out. His path in the Buddhist sect is too difficult. Xueqi said, however, some of the words of the Buddhist sect are very reasonable. If I had seen such bloodshed before, I would have wanted to use my sword to kill all these demons and monsters. But now that I've grasped the heaven earth sword, I somewhat understand that killing and bloodshed are a part of the world. They can never be eliminated by killing to stop killing. Previously, on the Dawn Rain continent, only sword transformation realm cultivators participated in the sword Tao battle. Those spirit swords and divine swords simply disdained to participate. And, even in the eyes of Tao sect cultivators like deity transformation realm cultivators, I'm afraid they also have such thoughts, right? I'm just soft-hearted. I can't see killing. Jade Xueqi said with a smile. I can't wait for the people of the world to sing and laugh happily. Harmony breeds wealth. Singing and laughing isn't necessarily what fellow immortal pursues. Xueqi said with a smile. Harmony breeds wealth. Haha, the same. Jade Xueqi clapped. Then, Xueqi said with a serious expression. Fellow immortal. When fellow immortal Tempered Bones asked you for a cultivation method, I thought it was a bit funny. But now, in my Confucian cultivation method, the heaven soul is complete and the earth soul is missing. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is still missing the water cheese unifications. Of the 5 heavenly hearts, besides the new heavenly heart which is half a piece, I still lack a piece of heavenly heart. Fellow immortal, why is it so difficult for you to get a cultivation method? Jade Xueqi smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point at Xueqi. Fellow immortal, you're not satisfied. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is the top cultivation method for Confucian cultivators. How could it be easy to get? Fellow immortal, you're already lucky to be able to see the secret inside. Especially, the mystery of the heavenly book's true solution is a secret that even Zhu Zi, Zhang Zi, and Sun Zi couldn't comprehend. We actually managed to see it by chance. The path to heaven has already appeared under our feet. Why should we be in a hurry? Haste makes waste. It's always been a big taboo in cultivation. I know. Xueqi said with a smile. I'm just reminding fellow immortal. When you're proud, don't forget about me. You and I are the right path. I understand. Jade Xueqi waved his hand and prepared to leave. After the auction, I will go look for the Yu province cauldron. Heavens will can only rely on chance. I can't promise you anything. Thank you for your trouble, fellow immortal. Xueqi returned the greeting with a smile. Xiaohua's mind left his middle dantian. The entire arena was still noisy like fire. There was simply no one sitting quietly like Xueqi. After all, those who didn't leave the auction and participated in the arena were all here for this kind of blood and excitement. How could they give up on a regular scene? After another half an hour, seeing a large rock-like demonic beast tearing apart and devouring a duck-like demonic beast, Ma Yingfeng once again stepped on a blood cloud and appeared in the sky above the arena. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng's face was still cold. He said word by word, previously, this old man said that my Yazi arena arranged 10 matches for fellow immortals to enjoy. However, today, there is a beast that is about to leave the arena for its last match. Therefore, my Yazi arena temporarily added a match. Please enjoy. As he spoke, 2 cages flew out from the distant stone wall. One of them was naturally Yuanya. At this time, Yuanya had already changed his Taoist robe and was wearing some clothes sewn from beast skin. It only covered his vital parts. Yuanya looked very calm inside the cage, but a kind of barbaric and bloody aura uncontrollably rushed out from his body. Looking at the other cage, there was a huge sea python. Not to mention the length of this sea python, its body was thicker than Yuanya's. What was special was that the sea python was constantly swimming in the cage. The cage's restriction was slightly swaying. Layers of demonic characters flashed from time to time, as if the cage's restriction was unable to trap the sea python. Human? Seeing Yuanya, the crowd of demonic beasts and humans were all shocked. They had seen demonic beasts and sea beasts fighting in the arena, but they had never seen a human before. Even though it was their former residence, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng explained. This human race's gladiator beast is not from my Yazi gladiator arena. He belongs to Hidden Immortal Continent's inland Ba Shang gladiator arena. In the inland gladiator arena, other than demonic beasts, there are also some humans. These humans are usually gifted and different from ordinary cultivators. This gladiator beast was Baxia 4, 7, 8, 8, 6, 9. It was a grade 4 demonic beast. Today is this beast's last match. If he wins, he can regain his freedom. Good. The crowd of demonic beasts shouted and became increasingly excited. The majority of them had never seen a battle between a human and a demonic beast. Thinking that such a small human was going to face such a huge sea beast, how could he suppress himself? Okay, fellow immortals, you can place your bets. Ma Yingfeng said indifferently. He waved his hand and the 2 cages landed on the arena. I throw the horned python. A demonic beast hurriedly patted his seat and took out a universe bangle. A bubble emerged from the seat. The demonic beast threw the universe bangle into the bubble and shouted, "This horned python's godly strength is astonishing. Even I had to escape when facing it. How can a human be its match?" That's right. This horned python is much more powerful than the male rhinoceros. Once it coils around you, even the male rhinoceros will end up with broken bones. Hee, the Yazi gladiator arena sure is scheming. Many demons were even muttering softly. This is the final battle of the human race. They actually arranged for a horned python. How can this human escape from the arena's grasp? Not necessarily. Some demonic beasts laughed and said, "Don't forget that this human is Baxang, a level 4 demonic beast. If he doesn't have some strength, how can he be a level 4 demonic beast? What's more special is that this human is the arena beast of Baxang Arena. After living for so long, he actually made it to the last match. I don't believe that he doesn't have any special talents." That's right, that's right. Another demonic beast chimed in. Humans are the most cunning. This fellow's head is comparable to a demonic beast. We will also bet on this human's victory. Nonsense. Another demonic beast shouted, "No matter how cunning this human is or how special his talents are, just look at the size of this horned python. It's only in the arena now. If it was placed in the ocean, any ship would be crushed by it. Baxang is a human and has some brains, but what's the use of his brains when facing such a gigantic beast? In the words of the human race, put yourself in its shoes. If you and I were facing this horned python, without using demonic arts or demon weapons, what are our chances of victory?" Chapter 39-34.
Yes, yes.
Following which, a few brainless demons chimed in. It was as though these demons were the brains of the Yazi Gladiator Arena. After a while, the Qianquan rings were taken away by the Yazi Gladiator Arena one by one. Xiao Hua was originally resting with his eyes closed, but when he heard that Yuanya came out, he could no longer calm down and opened his eyes. When he heard the unscrupulous whispers of the nearby demons, he couldn't help but frown. What the demons said was not without reason. Although Yuanya was gifted, he had not been Xiao Hua's disciple for a long time, and during this period, Xiao Hua did not give him any special guidance. To be honest, Xiao Hua was not confident about Yuanya's strength. But thinking about it, Yuanya was recorded as a level 4 gladiator beast in the arena's fighting strategy. Even if he did not practice the Fist of the North Star, his strength should still be at the level of a level 4 gladiator beast. From the style of the Yazi Gladiator Arena, it should be considered fair. Therefore, this horned python looked a little arrogant and should also be a level 4 gladiator beast. Yuanya should not be at a disadvantage against this horned python. The only thing Xiao Hua was worried about was that the Baxia Gladiator Arena was located in the interior of the hidden immortal continent. There should be fewer demons in the arena, and there should be more humans like Yuanya. Yuanya could dominate among the level 4 gladiator beasts, but that was only against humans. If he faced this horned python, he might be at a disadvantage in terms of size. Let's wait and see. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. Green Robe has already gone, and others can't see what he does. If he doesn't succeed, this old man will also take action. It's fine if Yuanya suffers some minor injuries, but we can't let Yuanya die here.
Dong.
A military drum sounded. In the arena, whether it was Yuanya's cage or the horned python's cage, they suddenly disappeared, and one man and one beast fell from the sky. The horned python was originally rolling in the cage, but now that it was free, its entire body danced in the arena.
Whoa.
A loud wind blew. Before Yuanya landed on the mountain rock, the horned python's tail drew a black line in the air and whipped towards his waist. Yuanya hurriedly urged his true energy to dodge, but his true energy was already confined by the Yazi Gladiator Arena. How could he still use his flying technique? Seeing the python's tail, which was larger than his body, sweeping towards him fiercer than a mountain, Yuanya had an idea. He hurriedly curled up and rolled, falling down. Just as Yuanya dodged half of the snake's tail had already reached him. Yuanya's back was facing the snake's tail, making it difficult for him to move his body. He could only use his elbows to block the snake's tail.
Pang!
A loud sound was heard as the snake's tail vibrated in the air and struck forward again. Yuanya was sent flying like a bullet.
Boom!
Another loud sound was heard as Yuanya's body was smashed into a large rock. The boulder was even harder than diamond. When Yuanya's body fell, he knocked a few pieces of the boulder away. Then, Yuanya's body softly slid down the stone wall. Looking at Yuanya's back, it was already a bloody mess. There was also a pool of blood on the stone wall.
Damn it!
Xiao Hua's heart ached. He stood up and secretly complained to himself, "Am I too cruel? What kind of bullshit karma is this? When this old man's cultivation is deeper, I will directly use the hand of karma to block it. There is no reason for this poor child to suffer the torment of a demon beast."
Good.
A group of demons saw the man and the python fight and saw blood. They all shouted in ecstasy. Many demons also stood up. Looking at the horned python, it was obviously experienced in fighting. After its huge tail hit Yuanya, it swept him onto a pile of boulders. The python's body also nimbly flipped over, opened its mouth, flashed its ferocious fangs, and pounced towards Yuanya. Not good. Xiao Hua was anxious. His figure was about to flash. At this time, Yuanya, who was originally soft, just happened to land on the ground. His feet bounced on the ground, and with a whoosh, his figure suddenly flashed to the side of the boulder.
Pooh!
The python's head fell and hit the boulder. At the same time, the python's head rubbed against the boulder.
Damn it!
Xiao Hua smiled and stood still. He knew that his concern made him confused. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Like I said, Yuanya has the strength of a 4th-level fighting beast. How could he be killed in the first battle? Now that he is injured, I'm afraid it's a trick to lure the enemy. The horned python's pounce missed and it rolled on the boulder again. Not only did it pounce towards Xueqi with a roar, its powerful tail also whipped towards Xueqi from time to time. Looking at Xueqi again, his figure was as nimble as an ape and as alert as a squirrel. His whole body was moving around the boulder, and he always avoided the horned python's fatal attack at the most critical moment. He seemed to be handling it with ease. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xueqi escaped to a boulder. The horned python's tail wrapped around the boulder and cut off Xueqi's escape route. The python's head once again moved towards Xueqi's waist, which was climbing on top of the boulder, and fiercely bit down.
Good.
Seeing that the horned python had coiled up and Xueqi had no way out, the group of demons cheered loudly again. They were ready to see how Xueqi would be bitten into two by the horned python. However, out of all the demons' expectations, Xueqi didn't dodge like before. Instead, he stomped his feet on the boulder and his whole body shot towards the python's head like a sharp arrow. The horned python hissed and its shiny black scales trembled in excitement. Its pair of fangs were about to pierce into Xueqi's waist. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly moved his feet and his body swayed mysteriously. He suddenly executed the ethereal steps in mid-air and dodged the horned python's attack in an instant. He rushed into the horned python's neck.
Ah!
The group of demons exclaimed in disappointment. However, their exclamations had just begun when they saw Xueqi rushing into the horned python's body. His 10 fingers spread open like a pair of iron claws clasping onto the horned python's scales. With a muffled sound, green blood splattered and Xueqi's hands actually pierced into the horned python's body.
Impossible.
How is this possible? A few demons shouted, the horned python doesn't just have tough skin and thick flesh, its scales are even comparable to a demon artifact. Not to mention human hands, even demon beasts or demon artifacts would only cause sparks to fly when they hit it.
Raw.
The horned python was in pain. Its entire body rolled on the boulder and smashed towards the ground with Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi's arms had already completely penetrated the horned python's body, which was the so-called 3 inches of the horned python's body. However, seeing that he was about to be smashed to the ground by the horned python, Xueqi didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly pulled his arms out of the horned python's body, and his entire body shot out from the horned python's neck.
Boom.
The horned python's head hit the ground and blood splattered everywhere. Not only was blood flowing out from the 2 bloody holes in its neck, even the sharp edges of the boulder had pierced the python's head. Even though the horned python was injured, it didn't let go of the chance to attack Xueqi. The python's tail that was coiled on the ground stood up again and slammed straight towards Xueqi, who had just stabilized himself. With another loud bang, the python's tail smashed down and actually created a shockwave that sent the gravel flying. Xueqi's figure dodged to the side in the nick of time.
Say.
Another group of demons sighed in unison. It wasn't clear whether they were sighing because Xueqi couldn't injure the horned python or because the horned python couldn't kill Xueqi. However, all of the demons could see that even if Xueqi could injure the horned python's enormous body wouldn't give Xueqi a chance to do so. The possibility of Xueqi being killed in this battle was too high. Just as these demons had this thought, the scene before their eyes almost caused their eyeballs to fall out of their sockets. Xueqi had just dodged the python's tail when he suddenly pounced towards it. His 2 large hands were once again inserted into the python's tail like a pitchfork. Not only that, Xueqi stood firmly on the ground and suddenly raised his arms. Like a dancing snake, he actually shook the horned python's enormous body into the air.
Ah!
The crowd of demons fell into a deathly silence at first. Then, the entire arena erupted into cries of disbelief. How is this possible? This human? How can this human be so strong?
Roar.
The horned python's body was shaken into the air by Xueqi. It roared and twisted, trying its best to turn its head and pounce towards Xueqi. However, Xueqi's arms had already pierced deeply into the python's tail. Even though he couldn't stand firmly on the ground due to the horned python's immense struggle and was staggering, his arms were as strong as cast iron. They continuously rolled the python's body and forced the horned python to not turn its head.
Roar.
The horned python roared. With a forceful turn, its body almost split into 2 as it pounced towards Xueqi. Xueqi's eyes widened. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he took a slight step and swung his arms in the direction of the horned python's charge. Like swinging a noodle, he smashed the horned python's enormous body onto the ground. There were naturally huge rocks and sharp spikes on the ground. In an instant, the python's entire body was covered in blood. Then, Yuanya decided to go all the way. Just like that, he tossed the horned python left and right with all his might. In less than half a meal's worth of time, the horned python was already powerless and motionless, allowing Yuanya to trample on it as he wished.
Go.
Seeing that the horned python's body was badly mutilated, Yuanya shouted and swung his arm.
Boom.
The horned python flew across half of the arena and smashed into the stone wall. Just like when Yuanya first entered the arena, the horned python fell limply under the stone wall. Green blood flowed out. Although it wasn't dead, it no longer had the strength to move.
Baxia wins.
Ma Jinfeng naturally stood high up in the air above the arena. When he saw how Yuanya defeated the horned python so easily, a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, he still landed calmly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yuanya, who was covered in blood, to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 39-35. Sigh. The crowd of monsters sighed. After all, only a few believed that Yuanya could win. Suddenly, another monster cried out, "No, no, this Baxia is so strong. How could it be a level 4 gladiator beast? If it was level 5 or level 6, I would believe it. North Sea Dragon Palace. You have to give us an explanation."
Sorry.
Ma Yingfeng said indifferently, "There's nothing to explain. It's recorded in my North Sea Dragon Palace's strategy book."
No.
The monsters who lost the bet were dissatisfied.
Humph.
Ma Yingfeng snorted coldly. "If you think Baxia isn't a level 4 gladiator beast, you can bet on him. If you win, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will compensate you. Now that you have no choice, how can you blame my Yazi Gladiator Arena?" All of the demons were speechless. However, looking at the expressions of these demons, they were still somewhat indignant. Why would Xueqi care about these monsters? He happily got up and was about to walk to the side door, but at this moment, Ma Yingfeng said, "If fellow immortals are unwilling, then watch the next battle. Perhaps fellow immortals will have another surprise." As he spoke, Ma Yingfeng raised his hand and pointed. A loud and clear lion's roar came from the hole where Yuanya had disappeared, and from another hole, a small cage flew out. When Xueqi saw the demonic beast in the cage, he couldn't help but be stunned. The cage was extremely small, even smaller than the one Yuanya was in. Inside the cage, there was a dwarf that was only 3 feet tall lying on the ground. Wasn't this the heavenly river water tribe that Xueqi saw in the immortal town? At that moment, the dwarf was naked and covered in scales. Some of the scales had been peeled off, and some of them were damaged and blood-stained. There was a tear on his right arm, and the top of his head, which was originally covered in armor, was now empty. A pair of branches that looked like dragon horns had poked out. However, a small part of the dragon horns was broken, and there were bloodstains on them. Looking at the dwarf's lower body, other than the 2 legs that were similar to dragon claws, a dragon tail poked out from behind him.
Jiang Sheng.
Xueqi stopped and looked at the arena in shock. He thought to himself, Isn't he the dragon general of the heavenly abode river? How did it fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood that the water tribe of the Dongtian River was stirring up trouble everywhere. They wanted to incite internal strife in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas, so that they could benefit from it. However, since they were stirring up trouble, it was inevitable that they would give themselves away. It was not too strange that Jiang Sheng was captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, seeing Jiang Sheng in such a miserable state, and thinking back to the battle he had with him that day, Xueqi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. If Jiang Sheng flooded Longevity Town, Xueqi should hate Jiang Sheng. But if he put himself in Jiang Sheng's shoes, wouldn't that dragon girl named Jiang Hong be 10,000 times more important than the people of Longevity Town? In particular, just a moment ago, when Yuanya was in danger, Xueqi almost wanted to take action. That feeling of guilt had just disappeared because of Yuanya's victory. Therefore, Xueqi understood Jiang Sheng's feelings very well at that time, so it was difficult for him to feel any disgust. Since he is a hero, killing him or cutting him up is just a word. Why do you have to humiliate him like this? Xiaohua stood on the spot and looked at the introduction of Ma Jinfeng. He couldn't help but sneer. The actions of the North Sea Dragon Palace are really disappointing. In the arena, Ma Jinfeng raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Shang. He sneered and said, "This is a remnant of the Dongtian River, named Zhang Shang. He was born from the mating of the dragon race and the human race, which is the commonly seen dragon man. This dragon man has boundless strength, and in my Yazi arena, he is classified as a Class 5 monster beast. This guy killed the dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace and violated the dragon law of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, considering that he has the bloodline of the dragon race, we gave him a special favor and did not kill him immediately. We allowed him to fight in the arena to atone for his crime. This fire lion. There is no need for this old man to say more. You can bet on it yourself." Perhaps it was because the crowd of monsters was a little agitated, or perhaps it was because Ma Jinfeng wanted Zhang Shang to die earlier, but the introduction of this battle was especially short. Xiaohua didn't move anymore. The crowd of monsters had already finished placing their bets. In the arena, 2 cages had already been opened. Zhang Shang was thrown to the ground. In the other cage, a fire lion with flickering flames around its body leaped into the air vigorously. It rushed out from the huge rocks and pounced towards Zhang Shang. "Bite him to death, bite him to death." Seeing Zhang Shang covered in wounds, how could the monsters not know that the North Sea Dragon Palace was humiliating Zhang Shang? Zhang Shang was definitely going to die in this arena? They had already placed their sea crystals on the fire lion. Seeing Zhang Shang's short body fall to the ground, the fire lion pounced towards him crazily. The monsters all shouted loudly. "Whoa!" Before the fire lion pounced, it had already spat out scarlet flames from its mouth and enveloped Zhang Shang. "Aoing!" Zhang Shang cried out loudly. He rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. However, when the fire lion opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Zhang Shang, the flames on Zhang Shang's body still hadn't been extinguished. Roar! Seeing that he was about to be bitten into 2, Zhang Shang also roared loudly. He jumped up from the ground in extreme madness and pounced towards the fire lion. He grew 2 hands and bit the fire lion. The battle between Zhang Shang and the fire lion was different from the battle between Yuan Ya and the horned python. The 2 monsters were completely close to each other. Not only was the fire lion's body torn by Zhang Shang's bare hands, but Zhang Shang's body was also torn by the fire lion's iron claws. Xiaohua's gaze was attracted by this unusually bloody and intense battle. He was worried for his former opponent. This fire lion was very powerful. If Zhang Shang wasn't careful, he would be torn apart by the fire lion. Roar! The fire lion roared. It waved its left claw like a slap and slapped Zhang Shang to the ground. Then, it pounced forward and stepped on Zhang Shang's chest with its right claw. Pang! Just as the fire lion was about to pounce, Zhang Shang lifted his leg and kicked the fire lion's abdomen. Then, Zhang Shang's dragon tail suddenly swung, and the fire lion's body was thrown high into the sky. Before the fire lion could stabilize its body, Zhang Shang suddenly pounced on it. Similar to how Yuan Ye dealt with the horned python, Zhang Shang immediately plunged his hands into the fire lion's neck. Then, with a pu sound, his dragon tail directly stabbed into the fire lion's eyes. Aoing! The fire lion screamed and rolled on the ground. However, Zhang Shang hugged the fire lion's neck tightly and didn't let go. In just half a cup of tea's time, the fire lion's aura disappeared. It was strangled to death by Zhang Shang. Humph! Zhang Shang coldly raised his head and grabbed the fire lion. Whoa! A gust of wind blew and the fire lion's corpse flew toward Si Feng above the blood clouds. "How dare you?" Si Feng coldly rebuked. He lifted his hand and pointed. Several blue streams of water appeared out of thin air and trapped Zhang Shang. Those streams of water quickly flowed deep into Zhang Shang's body. Not only were his scales torn off, even more blood flowed out from his wounds. Zhang Shang rolled on the ground in pain. However, he still clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Si Feng. Damn it! Xiaohua and Zhang Shang could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Now, they felt like heroes cherishing heroes. However, just as Xiaohua angrily cursed, he suddenly realized that it had been a long time since the end of Yuan Ya's battle. Why hasn't Yuanya returned? Moreover, the green-robed Xiaohua didn't make any movements. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong and hastily walked to the side door. Sure enough, the smiling Xian Kong was already waiting there with the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand. Seeing Xiaohua walk over, he smiled and waved the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand and said, "Immortal friend, why did you only come now? This old man thought that you had forgotten about the bet."
Hee, not at all, not at all.
Xiaohua said with a smile. The battles in the Yazi Gladiator Arena were really too exciting. I took a few more glances and almost forgot about it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, a trace of contempt flashed through Xian Kong's eyes. He handed the heaven and earth bracelet to Xiaohua and said, "This is the agreement between Immortal Friend and my North Sea Dragon Palace. 20% of the bet is Immortal Friends." Xiaohua took the heaven and earth bracelet and released a slightly weak divine sense. After taking a look, he was so surprised that his eyes narrowed. He cried out, "Why is it so much? Hee, Bashia's strength is a little beyond our expectations. That's why almost all of our fellow immortals have placed their bets on the horned python. Just 20% of the bets is already shocking enough." Xian Kong's smile was still the same as before. He said, however, "This is only 20%. Immortal friend. Have you thought of earning more?
Oh?
Immortal friend Xian, what do you mean? Xiaohua put the heaven and earth bracelet into his bosom. He looked behind Xian Kong and asked curiously, "Where's Ai's disciple? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Don't worry. Xian Kong said in a low voice, "Bashia's fine now. However, this old man wants to discuss something with you, so he hasn't come out yet." "Oh, what does Immortal Friend want to say?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice. Xian Kong stared into Xiaohua's eyes and probed, "Immortal Friend, have you thought of letting Baxia participate in another battle?"
Why?
Xiaohua asked curiously. Ai's disciple has already participated in the last battle. His agreement with the North Sea Dragon Palace has ended. Immortal Friend, you should remove the warrior slave seal for Ai's disciple and return his freedom. Hee, this old man didn't say that he wouldn't remove the warrior slave seal for Baxia. This old man just wants to suggest that Immortal Friend let him participate in another battle. Could it be that Immortal Friend didn't see it? Until now, no Immortal Friend has participated in the battle. If Baxia's disciple can participate, he'll definitely earn a lot of sea crystals.
No.
Xiaohua shook his head and said, "My disciple has already been injured in the previous battle. If he participates in another battle, won't he die here? Immortal Friend, don't you think you can earn more sea crystals if you participate in another battle?" Xian Kong asked with a smile.
No.
I still have to rely on this disciple to earn more origin stones in the future. Xiaohua waved his hand and objected. Xian Kong's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Actually, this old man doesn't want to fall out with Immortal Friend. I want to discuss this properly. However, since Immortal Friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, this old man will just tell you directly."
Tell me what?
Xiaohua said coldly. Xian Kong waved the warrior slave seal, and the Yazi on the warrior slave seal spat out a stream of blood energy. The images of Xiaohua and Yuanya in the bronze mirror slowly disappeared. Then, Xian Kong opened his mouth again, and a mouthful of demonic energy landed on the warrior slave seal. The warrior slave seal emitted a dazzling brilliance, and it rushed into the air and transformed into a Yazi. Xian Kong calmly took out a thumb-sized dragon seal from his bosom, and with a flick of his finger, the dragon seal landed in the Yazi's mouth.
Pooh!
The Yazi spat out a cluster of bloodlight that landed on Yuanya, and then the entire bloodlight was sucked back into the Yazi's mouth.
Buzz.
The Yazi's body trembled, and the ferocious beast's mouth spat out a ferocious blood demon head. This demon head spun in the air for a moment, and then it slowly shrank, transforming into a drop of blood that landed in front of Yuanya. Xiaohua raised his hand, and the drop of blood landed in his hand. Xiaohua carefully looked at it, and then he said with a smile, "Very good. Disciple, you can go now." Yes, master. Yuanya turned around without hesitation and walked towards the entrance of the cave. This old man congratulates fellow immortal on returning with a fruitful journey. Xian Kong looked at Xiao Hua and cupped his hands with a fake smile. Haha, I definitely will. Many thanks to fellow immortal Xian for giving I this opportunity. Xiao Hua turned around and walked towards the arena. The true samadhi fire in his hand flashed, and the drop of blood was burned into a wisp of smoke. Looking at Xiao Hua's back as he walked into the arena, Xian Kong smiled coldly. He had been in charge of the Yazi auction house for who knows how many years, and he had seen countless humans and monsters. How could he not know the reason why Xiao Jian took Yuanya away from the Baxia arena that day? When Xiao Hua returned to the arena, everything in front of him made him have mixed feelings. Because the one in the arena at this moment was still Jiang Sheng. The one fighting against him was a killer whale. This killer whale was huge, and it had the head of a tiger and the body of a whale. It was incomparably ferocious, and it was much more powerful than the fire lion from before. When Xiao Hua sat down on the chair, Jiang Sheng had already been smashed onto a rock by the huge whale. Although it was not to the extent that his flesh was smashed and his bones broken, looking at the blood gushing out from the corner of Jiang Sheng's mouth, Xiao Hua knew that Jiang Sheng was seriously injured. Roar! Just as Xiao Hua was biting his lips, Jiang Sheng let out an angry roar. His entire body flashed with a golden luster, and his body that was only 3 feet tall abruptly grew in size. However, he only grew to about 10 feet before stopping. At this moment, Jiang Sheng was no longer in his human form, but in the form of a small dragon covered in scales. Jiang Sheng, who had transformed into a dragon, roared and pounced towards the killer whale. His claws and fists continuously hit the killer whale's head, and in a moment, the killer whale was stunned. Then, Jiang Sheng's claws really pierced into the killer whale's cheeks, and with the strength of his arms, the entire killer whale was lifted up from the ground by Jiang Sheng. Go to hell! Jiang Sheng shouted. The huge killer whale flew out from his hand with a woo, and rushed towards the arena's wall. Pang! A loud sound rang out, and the entire arena shook. Damn it, how can this shorty have so much strength? All the demons were extremely shocked. After all, demons were known for their physical bodies, but Jiang Sheng's strength still exceeded their imagination. Swoosh! Without waiting for Jiang Sheng to make another move, Ma Yingfeng, who was standing on the blood cloud, already used a cage to imprison Jiang Sheng, and sent him into the cave. No, no! Another demon shouted. How can this dragon man be so powerful? Your Yazi Arena's actions are too unfair. He clearly has the strength of a level 9 fighting beast, but you insist on treating him as a level 5. Hee hee, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? How can there be absolute certainty in this world? Ma Yingfeng sneered and said, if I let you all see it accurately, wouldn't this old man have to drink the northwest wind? Ma Yingfeng was naturally not as tactful as Xian Kong, and these words made all the demons unhappy. The entire gladiator arena was in an uproar. At this moment, Xian Kong hurriedly revealed himself in midair, and said with a smile, fellow immortals, General Ma Yingfeng is actually right. Think about it, everything in this world can be seen clearly, so how can there be love and hatred? How can this little dragon man from Heavenly Abode River betray us and assassinate the general of our North Sea Dragon Palace? It's because the matters in this world are not controlled by us demons, so there are many interesting things in this world. However, since fellow immortals have come to my Yazi arena to watch the fights, then I will try my best to arrange everything in a fair manner. Xian Kong looked around, and everywhere he looked, the noise was reduced. Xian Kong was very satisfied and said, for example, that Baxia from before, fellow immortals all feel that he might have the strength of a level 5 fighting beast, so this old man has already discussed with him, and let him fight another round to satisfy fellow immortals. Good. The demons all cheered loudly. This is true fairness. Fellow immortal Xian has done well. Of course, there's also that remaining evil from Heavenly Abode River. Fellow immortals all feel that he is quite strong, so this old man will let him fight another round to satisfy fellow immortals. Good. The demons didn't expect Xian Kong's words to be the same as not saying anything, but they also felt that this was very fair, so they all cheered loudly. Xian Kong smiled faintly. Since that's the case, fellow immortals, please prepare yourselves. The next fight will begin immediately. With that, Shen Kong's figure disappeared, and Ma Yingfeng stood on the blood cloud with a puzzled expression. A moment later, a swordfish swam over from the distance and landed in front of Ma Yingfeng. Ma Yingfeng reached out with his hand, and the swordfish turned into a wave and disappeared from his hand. Ma Yingfeng frowned, but he soon relaxed, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Dong dong dong. Several drumbeats sounded, and the entire arena flashed with a layer of blood-red light. 2 holes appeared on the stone wall as usual, but when the holes appeared, there was no beast roar coming from inside. When the 2 cages flew out, the demons were stunned, and even Xiao Hua was stunned on the spot. The 2 cages weren't big, and the one on the left was even smaller. Inside it was Jiang Sheng who had just left the arena. However, at this moment, Jiang Sheng had already returned to his original size. Furthermore, he was holding a halberd in his hand. In particular, Jiang Sheng's eyes were extremely bright and blood-red. He didn't care that he was covered in blood, and he coldly stared at Ma Yingfeng on the blood cloud. As for the other cage, it was Yuan Ye who was wearing a Taoist robe. At this moment, Yuan Ye was just like Yuan Ye who had entered the side door. He had a Qiankuan bag on him, and he held a pair of demonic hammers in his hands. Chapter 39-37. Xiao Hua was dumbstruck as he looked at the man and beast. He had never expected the Yazi Gladiator Arena to have such a plan. They actually wanted Yuan Ye to fight Jiang Sheng. Moreover, he had even returned Jiang Sheng and Yuan Ye's weapons to them and released their cultivation that had been sealed. This was a life-and-death battle. In this battle, either Yuan Ye or Jiang Sheng would die. Based on Xiao Hua's understanding of the man and beast, the possibility of Yuan Ye dying was higher. Of course, Jiang Sheng had already fought 2 battles in a row and was on the verge of exhaustion. Yuan Ye might not die in Jiang Sheng's hands. But the problem was, what if Yuan Ye killed Jiang Sheng? How would Yuan Ye face the water tribe of the Paradise River? How would Yuan Ye face Dragon Lady Jiang Hong? How would Yuan Ye explain to Lu Yi? Of course, it was still too early to consider the matter between Lu Yi and Jiang Hong. However, Xiao Hua knew that as long as Yuan Ye fought with Jiang Sheng, his fortune gate and the Paradise River would develop karma that he didn't want to see. The crowd of demon race was equally shocked when they saw a human and a demon come out. These 2 gladiator beasts were also very powerful. Although it seemed that Yuan Ye was slightly weaker, it was just as Xiao Hua thought. At this time, the strength of the 2 gladiator beasts was really comparable. All the demon race could not make a decision arbitrarily. Damn it! Shen Kong, you're too cunning. A demonic beast expert howled. What choice do you want me to make? Haha. Shen Kong's laughter resounded from a corner of the arena. Fellow immortals, weren't you complaining about the unfairness? This old man has now placed fairness in front of you. Why are you complaining about this old man? Everyone, hurry up and place your bets. The exciting battle is about to begin. This old man can't wait to see if the human race is stronger or the demonic beast race is stronger. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the arena. Looking at the beasts who were placing their bets in a mess, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Dong dong. Along with the beating of the war drums, Ma Yingfeng waved his hand and opened Yuan Ye's and Jiang Sheng's cages. As soon as the man and the beast rushed out of the cages, they immediately activated their flying techniques and rushed towards each other. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, a thunderous roar came from the arena. Ma Yingfeng, hand over your life. As this voice spread out, a ray of sword light that was as bright as thunder appeared. The moment this sword light appeared, there was no other light in the arena. All the demons and humans closed their eyes under this sword light. Within the dazzling sword light, the sword chi that could kill all living things instantly filled the entire arena. Most of the demon race members were so frightened that they trembled all over. As for the few demon race experts who were sitting high up, their demon chi naturally surged as they tried their best to protect their bodies from this unparalleled sword chi. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and landed on the demon array in the center of the arena. Thousands of demon runes scurried around like frightened tadpoles, but at the same time, all the demon runes were neatly cut in half by the sword light. What was special was that the sword chi didn't have much energy left after cutting through the demon runes. It continued to fly towards Ma Yingfeng, who was standing on the blood cloud. At this moment, Ma Yingfeng was the same as all the other demon race members. His eyes were blinded by the sword qi and his eyes were slightly closed. Just as he released his origin sense, the sword qi had already landed on his head. How is this possible? When did I offend such a powerful opponent? Hearing this, Ma Yingfeng lost all his courage. Under the shroud of the sword energy, the sword intent of the flying sword was like the heavens pressing down. Not to mention Ma Yingfeng's monster body, even a giant mountain peak would be split in half by this sword intent. Ma Yingfeng's demon body violently trembled under this sword qi. He was extremely shocked and couldn't help but cry out, "General Ao, don't move!" Seeing that the sword qi was about to fall, Ma Yingfeng had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, an extremely long crutch stretched out from the stone wall, and Xian Kong's voice came. Dong! With a light sound, Ma Yingfeng was sent flying by the crutch. Boom! The flying sword fell. Not only was Xian Kong's crutch cut in half, but the ground of the entire arena, including the giant rocks and spikes, were also split by the flying sword. A sword mark of more than 100 feet appeared in an instant. Disciple, don't move. It's master. Yuan Ye's figure was naturally sent flying by the sword qi. Just as he was surprised, Xiao Hua's voice sounded. Yuan Ye immediately calmed down. Then, his body tightened. When he opened his eyes again, his figure was already inside the Kunlun immortal realm. This shocking sword was naturally done by the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. This was also the first time Xiao Hua used it after his sword Dao reached the Dashang level. He didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. After putting away Yuan Ye, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and his mind wrapped around Jiang Shang. Although Jiang Shang was forced back by the sword qi, he stubbornly urged his demonic aura with all his strength. His demonic body once again expanded, wanting to block the sword light. Xiao Hua's mind was naturally firmly blocked by Jiang Shang. Xiao Hua hurriedly used the monster language to whisper, "Jiang Shang, this old man is an old friend of Jiang Che and Jiang Peng. At the same time, I also know Jiang Hong. They asked me to save you." As soon as he heard Xiao Hua say so many names, Jiang Xing immediately stopped resisting. However, he was still somewhat hesitant and struggling. After all, he already felt the strange force around him. He knew that as long as he fell into it, he would have no power to struggle. Everything would be handed over to this person. Damn it! Seeing that Jiang Shang was still moving, Xiao Hua was anxious. If you want to die, this old man will leave now. Jiang Shang was helpless and could only stop struggling. Then he felt his body fly up. Then, he saw light and shadow flash. He was actually in a celestial mountain, and in front of him was the human who had just appeared in the arena like him. Jiang Shang was greatly alarmed. He wanted to move again, yet he couldn't. No matter how much strength he used to struggle, he couldn't even budge an inch. However, Yuan Ye glanced at him indifferently and didn't pay attention to him at all. He walked towards a place on the mountain peak. Where is this? Jiang Shang was slightly relieved in his heart, yet a cloud of doubt arose. It was also the moment Jiang Shang resisted that several powerful origin senses swept past from all around the arena and descended onto Xiao Hua. Clouds and rosy clouds surged around Xiao Hua's body, and he shouted loudly, "This is a personal grudge between this old man and Yuan Jinfeng. It has nothing to do with fellow immortals." As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his hand again. Several sword lights condensed in his hand, and he shouted loudly, "Vile creature, when this old man saw that you were injured earlier, I pitied you in my heart and saved you. Then, I placed you in this old man's home. However, you actually took advantage of the time when this old man left home to swallow my chick and copulate with the female pufferfish I raised. The most infuriating thing is that you actually abandoned a group of pufferfish that were crying piteously for food and fled. If this old man doesn't take your life today, how can I face the female pufferfish that died under the butcher's knife?" As he spoke, the murderous sword light from before appeared once more. Even though the demon race experts weren't afraid of Xiao Hua's divine ability, when they heard that it was a personal grudge between Xiao Hua and Yuan Jinfeng, and they heard Xiao Hua speak clearly about the chick and the female pufferfish, they acted like they were serious and hurriedly withdrew their origin senses and hid at the side. However, Xian Kong and Yuan Jinfeng were puzzled when these words entered their ears. Xian Kong looked at Yuan Jinfeng with surprise, but when his gaze descended onto Yuan Jinfeng's dazed face, he suddenly came to an understanding and recalled what the chick and female pufferfish Xiaohua spoke of were in the eyes of humans. At the same time that Xian Kong thought of this, Yuan Jinfeng naturally came to an understanding as well, and his face instantly turned extremely livid. Wait! At the same time that Xian Kong recovered from his shock, he hurriedly looked towards the other areas of the arena, and Yuan Ya and Jiang Shang had vanished a long time ago.
He's.
Xian Kong hurriedly released his origin sense, but unfortunately, before he could see Xiaohua's face, another brilliant sword light appeared. Xian Kong was greatly shocked and hurriedly cried out, "Second Prince." Actually, there was utterly no need for Xian Kong to shout. At the same time that the sword light appeared, a strand of origin sense swept out from the arena, and a proud and furious voice drifted through the entire arena.
Who dares to cause trouble in this king's arena?
However, this voice was still too late. The sword light shot into the sky, and a wave of rumbling resounded. The demon formation at the entrance that everyone had entered through was slashed apart by the sword light, and the group of demon runes were split into two. Along with a wisp of starlight and the smell of the ocean that poured into the arena, Xiaohua's figure transformed into a strand of watery light that vanished at the flaw of the demon formation. At the same time that Xiaohua's figure swayed, the experts of the demon race that sat high above in the distance had recovered from their shock as well. They practically swung their arms at the exact same time, and their claws tore through space and instantly descended towards the spot where Xiaohua stood just a moment ago. Unfortunately, only strands of water vapor drifted through the air, and they weren't even able to capture a single strand of Xiaohua's hair. Damn it! The experts of the demon race were slightly embarrassed and furious. It wasn't just because Xiaohua had fled right before their eyes, but because Xiaohua was a human while they were demons. When had the human race ever acted so arrogantly before the demon race? Xiaohua's escape wasn't just Xiaohua's problem. It was the human race's provocation towards the demon race. Woo! Strands of demon aura soared into the sky as the figures of several great demons expanded, preparing to chase after Xiaohua. At this moment, a huge dragon flew out from the arena. On that ferocious dragon head, a pair of protruding dragon eyes were spewing out sparks, and the dragon's roaming body emitted an aura that caused the demons to feel dizzy. Seeing the huge dragon flying over, the few great demons didn't dare to snatch and hastily dodged. However, with a loud bang, the huge dragon crashed into the fissure that Xiaohua had just escaped from, creating a hole that was tens of meters in size. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon had already disappeared by riding on clouds. Chase! As soon as the huge dragon left, the few great demons couldn't bear it any longer. They released their Yuan Shen and rode on demon clouds to chase after the dragon. There was a deathly silence in the arena. For a moment, the entire arena was even more heated than before. After the demonic array of the arena was split open by Xiaohua and the gate was broken by the dragon, the demonic array of the entire arena was completely destroyed. All the demonic beasts flew up from their seats and rushed towards the huge gap. While flying, the demonic beasts shouted, "Interesting! Interesting!" Chapter 39-38. Haha, there's actually a human who dares to cause trouble in the North Sea Dragon Palace's arena. He must be tired of living. No, that's not right. It's because Ma Yingfeng offended this human. Didn't you hear? He had an affair with his female porpoise and even abandoned it. But then again, what is this female porpoise? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it an extremely powerful demonic beast or an extremely charming demonic beast? Who knows? It's probably a rare demonic beast. Otherwise, why would he chase him all the way to the arena? He even dares to offend the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace? It should be. This human sword technique is so high. His demonic beast must be extremely rare too. According to the humans, Ma Yingfeng must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. In the distance, Ma Yingfeng, who had just flown up from the ground, was about to say something to Xian Kong. When he heard the discussion, His face became even more ashen. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but he didn't know what to say. As for Xian Kong, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, when he saw all the demonic beasts flying out of the hole, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly called out, "Fellow immortals." However, Xian Kong only said these 2 words before he shut his mouth dejectedly. If these demonic beasts didn't leave, Xian Kong could easily find out who left the arena. There weren't many humans in the Yazi arena. If he investigated carefully, he would be able to find out who gave the auction hall certificate to Xiao Hua. Although there were portraits of Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye in the North Sea Dragon Palace's battle strategy, as well as Yuan Ye's record in the Bashar arena, these weren't enough for Xian Kong to find the power behind Xiao Hua. Now, both the demonic beasts and humans had left. How could Xian Kong find out? However, the huge hole in the arena was personally opened by the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xian Kong really wanted to cry but had no tears. A group of demonic beasts chased out of the arena. When they saw the second prince of the Dragon Palace flying towards the North Sea, they were all surprised. After all, the troublemaker could fly anywhere, but why did he fly to the North Sea? The North Sea was the lair of the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. There was no way he could escape from the second prince. Don't tell me. Something must be wrong if something was amiss. The demons thought quickly and seemed to have thought of something. Hence, numerous strands of primordial consciousness swept out. However, when their primordial consciousness swept past the second prince, it continued forward, forward, and forward. There was only the boundless sea in front of them. Where was that wretched-looking human? Roar! Just as the demons were wondering what was going on, the second prince raised his head and roared. His dragon body shrunk by half, and he dove into the North Sea. How is that possible? That human actually dove into the water? Could it be that he thinks he can hide from the dragons in the water? Although the demons were wary of the dragon clan, they were not afraid of them. After pondering for a moment, they urged the demon cloud to increase their flying speed. They either dove into the sea to chase after the dragon clan or chased above the sea surface. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, buzz buzz, the continuous sound of tsunamis came from the sea. Then, a huge wave rushed out from the sea. The second prince's huge dragon body soared into the sky. Roar, roar! The dragon's roar resounded for thousands of miles. The layers of dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by the dragon's roar, and rays of sunlight shone through the clouds. No way! The demons chasing after the second prince were shocked. Could it be that the human actually escaped the second prince's primordial consciousness? That human is actually the literary sage of Confucianism? The second prince of the Dragon Palace rushed into the sky. The huge dragon body shrunk rapidly and gradually transformed into a human form. The second prince was wearing a golden chainmail and a purple gold crown on his head. Above the ferocious dragon head, a pair of huge dragon eyes were bloodshot. Roar! The second prince of the Dragon Palace turned around. His eyes were like lightning. He opened his mouth and roared to the surroundings. Within 100 miles, the winds and clouds were swirling. Several experts of the demon clan hurriedly dodged. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions came from the surface of the experts of the demon clan. Within 100 miles, whether it was in the air or at the bottom of the sea, countless explosions came one after another. It was more intense than pouring cold water into a pot of oil. While the experts of the demon clan were dodging, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. The second prince of the Dragon Palace must have lost the human, and he must have lost him long ago. Otherwise, the dragon's roar would have made him appear within 100 miles. Just as the demons were thinking, a blurry human figure suddenly appeared 100 miles away. However, it was like a mirage, disappearing in a flash. Damn it! The second prince of the Dragon Palace had already noticed it. He did not have time to transform into a dragon and chased after Xiao Hua again. Hee, the Dragon Palace really has a lot of secret skills. In the distance, Xiao Hua used the water escape technique to escape. At the same time, he used the secret skill of the Heavenly Abode River to cover his breath. That day, Jiang Che of the Heavenly Abode River hid beside Ao Zhan with his secret skill and was not discovered by Ao Zhan. Xiao Hua was so far away from the second prince of the Dragon Palace. How could he be discovered? Moreover, among all the skills that Xueqi had learned, there was only one divine sense that surpassed the second prince of the Dragon Palace. It must be the Taoist escape technique. Therefore, the water escape technique that Xueqi used was not inferior to the second prince of the Dragon Palace. If the second prince had not suddenly stopped and turned around to use the secret skill of the Dragon Clan, Xueqi's diversion tactic would have succeeded. However, even if Xueqi was temporarily discovered by the second prince of the Dragon Palace, Xueqi was not afraid at all. The fluctuation of his soul awareness flowed like water waves, washing away the primordial thoughts of the second prince of the Dragon Palace and other experts of the Demon Clan. His figure quickly rushed to Yuling Bay. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The second prince of the Dragon Palace cursed angrily. He used the secret skill of the Dragon Clan one by one, trying to distinguish Xueqi's trace. However, Xueqi was like a slippery loach. It seemed that he was there, but no matter where his primordial thoughts or secret skills fell, they were all empty. Seeing that Yuling Bay was not far away, the second prince of the Dragon Palace had a bad feeling. After all, the human clan and the demon clan were mixed in Yuling Bay. Although there were not many human clan members, to search one by one was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention a practitioner like Xueqi, as long as he relaxed for a moment, his trace would have been thousands of miles away. It was impossible to find him. Just as the second prince of the Dragon Palace had a bad feeling, the primordial thoughts in the distance immediately became abnormal. Previously, he could still feel a trace of Xueqi, but now it was empty. There was no perception, just like before when he lost track of Xueqi. At this moment, the second prince of the Dragon Palace suddenly realized that it was not he who had been chasing Xueqi, but Xueqi who had been leading him by the nose. Xueqi could escape his detection at any time. When the second prince of the Dragon Palace realized this, a golden light flashed between his eyes. A stream of dragon chi rose from the golden light. The second prince of the Dragon Palace gave up on the direction of Yuling Bay and swept to the left and right sea. However, when he hurriedly looked around, there was a sudden dragon roar, and the nearby space boiled again. However, it was a pity that the bubbles disappeared one after another without revealing the slightest trace of abnormality. Roar! The second prince of the Dragon Palace was furious. He suddenly waved his dragon tail behind him, turning it into a huge iron rod, and hit the sea. Boom! The sea was pushed forward by him, and huge waves of hundreds of feet high. Several nearby ships were tottering in the waves. A group of Demon Clan members on the ships were so frightened by the second prince's dragon chi that they collapsed on the deck and trembled. After the second prince vented his anger, he sped up and rushed to Yuling Bay not far away. His gaze swept to the place where Xueqi might have fallen. The second prince's figure was like lightning. Just as he was about to rush into Yuling Bay, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the place where he flew past. It was one of the 5 mountain ranges of Yuling Bay that looked like 5 fingers reaching into the North Sea. At the end of the mountain range, there was a protruding cliff. Usually, hundreds of seagulls would soar and rest here. However, at this time, there was not a single seagull to be seen. Except for the whistling of the sea wind, it was terrifyingly quiet. The second prince frowned slightly. He looked at Yuling Bay not far away in the morning light, and hesitated for a moment before flying toward the cliff. After the second prince, the 3 demon race cultivators flew over separately. However, they didn't get too close. They just stood in 3 different directions of the cliff, blocking the way to the North Sea. It was as if they were preventing anyone from escaping from the cliff. At the same time, in the direction of Yuling Bay, squads of armored prawn soldiers and crab generals also flew over, gradually blocking the other direction of the cliff. The top of the cliff was very barren. Only a few thumb-sized plants grew tenaciously in the sea breeze. These plants grew out from the cracks of the large rocks. Apart from the dark green rust spots on the large rocks, there were also patches of grayish-white bird droppings. There was simply too much bird droppings, layer upon layer. The outermost layer of bird droppings was slowly lifted by the whistling sea wind, blown away by the wind. Among the rocks, there was a small stone house. This stone house was completely built from the rocks on the cliff. Although it was not piled up perfectly, it was enough to block the sea wind. However, the second prince's gaze did not linger on this stone house for long. He only glanced at it before sweeping past, landing on the cliff that was sheltered from the wind. However, at this moment, A black shadow suddenly flashed from the stone house. A woman with dark skin walked out from inside. This woman had a graceful figure. When she walked, her waist swayed like a willow tree, as if she had no bones. Although this woman was wearing clothes, the skin exposed outside of her clothes was clearly covered in scales. What was special was that although the woman's rough face had been transformed to the best of her ability, her scarlet tongue was still in the shape of a snake's forked tongue, involuntarily flicking here and there. There was almost no emotion in those pitch-black eyes. Wasn't this woman the snake demon that Xiaohua had seen in the sky above Yuling Bay last night? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.